Off my mic. There we go.
All right. Okay. Could you hear me before?
No, I heard you, but I don't. They wouldn't have been able to hear you or me on my stream until now. So there we go.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Sweet. 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 Okay. Well. Okay. In case anyone didn't hear the introduction as well, because I think some people are saying like there was issues with my audio. I think maybe not just yours. Yeah. Like just I'll turn the chat off on top of you.
Hmm.
Um. But yeah, like just welcome everyone. We're going to be discussing veganism tonight, so this is going to be an interesting conversation because I don't think Marty, me and your meta-ethical positions are quite similar. I think our normative positions are probably fairly similar as well, and so this is more of like an applied issue. And I think there is one difference. I think fundamentally in terms when we talk about value, you don't see value as being um, based on sentience, you see it based on the genus of being human and the genus of being animal, and both have separate values. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I don't know about entirely what you said is true. I'd still say that there's obviously value in the concept of sentience. Uh, I'd give it quite a bit of value. It's just that I don't see why I wouldn't call certain types of things valuable, like being in the species of being a human being, or being in
Hmm.
another distinct species as a sort of universal category and being tied to that. So, I did want to, before we go on, since you kind of did an illustration of what I'm not talking about, and I wanted to begin with what I'm not talking about is having a full-fledged argument against veganism. I don't want to
Yeah.
prescribe. I don't want to prescribe myself basically to the idea that eating meat or anything like that is warranted. It's just that I don't know if I should have the same warrant, um, or the same amount of value being attributed to any sort of animal or insect as I would to a human being. And I guess I wanted to ask you why you think that you would be attributing the same amount of value, say, to a cockroach or an ant. And if not insects, why not insects?
Oh, I do. I do value insects. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And I think, and I guess I would make a normative meta-ethical distinction. I think that'd be quite important. I could see the value as being, equal, yet our responsibility and the ways of respecting that value um, as having a great deal of significance. For example, I would argue that I've got a much greater responsibility for my mother than, let's say, somebody else's mother. Given the same situation, let's say it was a house fire, and I could either save my mother or somebody else's mother. I would argue that I was obligated to save my mother first. And that doesn't mean that the other person's mother has less value. And that's kind of the way I would take it with insects. It's like I would say I have a greater obligation to humans than other other animals, particularly because of the way that society functions and our genuinely best way of trying to respect the overall greatest outcome. But then I do have a responsibility to all sentient beings to a varying degree, and all of them have certain rights. And I think the most prevalent one I could think of is the right to life. That we should respect the right to life of all creatures.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that we should respect the degree of life for all creatures to some extent. I mean, I guess if you particularize it, it depends on what particular avenue of values or avenue of circumstances we're talking about. The, but then we would just be agreeing, right, that if, say, you had some sort of responsibility or obligation for your grandmother, right, there would be various reasons for why you chose to, you know, subsume your time in helping her than other beings, right? You have a certain kind of hierarchy of values, and I don't see anything impermissible about having a hierarchy of values, say, to the human species over, say, elephants or hippopotamuses or whatever.
It's not that I think that the value itself is in the grounding of the values changed, though. Like, so what I would say is that the value between all of us is based on our experience. And that experience is not greater or lesser in value based on the genus in which it partakes, unless there is a phenomenological difference which causes a greater or lesser amount of value to actually be received by the agent. But then I don't believe that we could even access that. Like, there's no way that I could access necessarily that an individual, let's say a human, would have a greater amount of like value experience than, let's say, an ant or a dog or a cow or a pig or hippopotamus or whatever it may be, because of the hard problem of consciousness. If we do appreciate the hard problem of consciousness actually being a problem, I know that we're both Hegelians here, at least somewhat, and so we believe that minds can be accessed. But I would say that only in a communicable way, and that there are certain aspects of our um, experience that are inherent, and even Hegel points this out, that are inherent, and that one of those individualistic
I'm gonna have to fix that. Just give me 1 second.
me again.
Okay, sorry about that. It should be fixed now.
That's no problem. Can I just ask my chat? Actually, is the sound? Turn up your own audio slightly, my dude. I turned you down actually, Marty, a little bit, just because apparently I was coming in too quiet, and I didn't think I could. I don't know if I can turn me up. Wait a minute. Actually, yeah, okay. Is that better, guys? Am I too loud now? Let me know if me and Marty are about equal there, and I'll turn Marty up if not, because then I'll make the audio a little bit better.
Yeah, I had an echo problem. Okay, that should be fixed now, though. I just have to. There's just no way around it. I have to wear some headsets, basically. So.
It's fine. Like honestly, it's honestly it's fine.
Sorry.
So
Yeah. What was the last thing you were? What was the last thing you were
no,
saying?
no, it's okay. So I was just saying that the value of experience is in the experience itself, and that's inherently individualistic for a being to have its own mind. And I think even Hegel points that out, in terms of a mind being inherently separate to yours. Like the judgment of an individual exists in the freedom of the other, and that freedom and that judgment exists independent of the other individual. Otherwise, the individual would simply be a manifestation of your mind, and it wouldn't be somebody else's mind, even if we do share an absolute spirit. And so what I would say is that the experiential value of an animal, let's say it's an ant, a pig, a fly, hippopotamus, whatever it may be, is exactly the same in the sense of the different experiences between other human minds. So, like the experience that a cow or a pig has in relation to pain, pleasure, and the other positive and negative phenomena within its mind, or its own, and I can't access that value inherently. Like I can't know for certain what it's experiencing in relation to the value that I experience or somebody else experience, and we can't be put onto a scale in which, like, I know that one person's experiencing more pleasure just for being them, and one person's experiencing less. Like, there's no way to like calculate that, and there's not really a way to like reduce it down. I don't believe in like a physical reductionist kind of understanding of it either, like how much dopamine's going through the brain. That's a load of nonsense. So what I would say is what we do know is that they are having a positive and negative experience. And so that experience must be treated as equal, since we cannot differentiate the value being experienced within an individual's mind. Also, another point I would say is because it is their experience, the value it holds to them is of equal weight. It will always be of equal weight because it is their experience inherently. So even if somebody else's experience was worth more to them, it wouldn't ever be worth more to the other individual anyway. It would always be your experience and my experience, and those experiences have to be treated equally within the universal genus of sentience.
So I'm not sure if I got everything there.
Marty,
We
1 second, Marty. I'm just going to turn you up because somebody said that you're a bit low now.
Okay.
Right. Actually, you know what? I'll turn you up a little bit more.
It might be
Ooh.
because I got a little bit further away from the mic.
Well, you sound good now for me, so hopefully that fixes everything.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Can you repeat
Now,
this? Yeah,
actually,
just
1 second.
yeah.
I
Okay.
think I turned you up too much. You just blew me ears up. Uh, right. I think because you moved in, and then I turned you up, and then it just went. Yeah. Okay. Go.
Is this okay?
Yeah. I think that'll be fine. And anyone in the chat, just let us know. Like, anyway, continue. Anyway, I'll see. You weren't that low anyway.
Okay. Yeah. No. I just need some sort of clarifications on what you said because you said quite a bit, and it's a little bit
Yeah.
hard to keep track. So you said there's a problem of other minds in evaluating what other animals are experiencing.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, I surely don't think that that's true. I think there's a sense of where we do experience and embody uh, other other animals intersubjectively, and when I see tears of certain types of animals, I think I would be attributed instead of projecting pain onto those tears. In the same way that I think, like, if we just see the phenomenological character of any sort of human being, right? If we're looking at the same, starry heavens above us, there's a certain sense of where I'm going to be attributing an intersubjective evaluation of what they're thinking, and it's probably going to be, at least in some sense, not in every sense, similar to me because there's a certain sense of where other minds are transparent to me, and I think there's a certain transparency of other animals' minds and their intentions and their actions. So when my dog tries to,
I
I don't know,
completely agree. I've
when
agreed with
my
everything you said. Yeah, like
yeah.
absolutely.
So I mean,
Uh,
when my dog does tricks or it does certain types of things, I assume a sort of intention there. I don't treat animals as automatons, and I don't think you do as well. And
yeah,
so, I mean, this is what I would sort of begin saying that, okay, well, what are these types of evaluations of other types of animals? They're normative, natural, historical evaluations, right? We're putting the animal in a certain type of context of what they do functionally, and then we see the form of that animal. We see sort of normative conditions of where that animal stands. We wouldn't assume, say, a bobcat to be able to have the same types of normative functions, say, that a snail does or a caterpillar does, right? You would assume, say, a bobcat's mother basically to feed and nurse their young, whereas I don't know, things like caterpillars would just off and instinctively do their own types of things, and in that sense, they're obligated to a sense of norms, and we can obviously distinguish those types of functions and those norms and those behavioral characteristics from human beings. And it just seems to me, if you get a conjunction of certain types of norms, certain types of behaviorals or natural historical behaviors like that, then you can address whether, due to those, certain animals are more valuable than other animals, and whether human beings are more valuable than animals, right? So I mean, that
but how?
seems like a
So what you've pointed out there is that there is a different, like, for example, function for each animal, which I think we agree with, that the functional concept is embedded within the being of an animal.
uh
And we'll both agree as well. Also, by the way, just with the Starry Heavens quote, was that like with that was that like almost like a slight Kantian reference almost I
yeah,
picked up there? Was
sure,
the
yeah, sure,
starry skies above me,
yeah, sure,
Um, and but like absolutely, like I absolutely agree with things, absolutely with what you said. My point was to say is that the value between minds intersubjectively is considered one for each mind. So each mind is considered one, as in having the experiential value of being a sentient being, having a positive and negative relationship within the world. I would say that that is being held constant for every being. So, like whether a caterpillar, a fly, a hippopotamus, a human, everyone has a mind is experiencing positive and negative value. My point was to say is that within everyone's mind itself is access to the actual experience. That actual experience is inherently subjective and individualistic, and that cannot be accessed as in quantifiably. As in, I cannot place a number on your mind and say, all right, you experience, a value relationship of positive negative ratio of 10 to 7 given a standardized experience, and then we move on to the next being and we'll go, all right, that's 4 to 7, this one's 10 to 1, and so on. That's impossible. Um, and so what we do is instead we understand it to be intersubjective. We take resistance, for example, or like tears or like whatever it may be, to be a sign that someone is having a positive or negative experience within the world, and then we attribute that in relation to our own experiences. So what everything is actually standardized against is our own experience in the world, with the information that we have in terms of what is good and bad in relation to them, and their nature, as you say, the function. So like, so for example, like you may understand that like certain animals may have greater amounts of pain neurons or something on their skin. So if they're burnt, they might be more sensitive to that, or they may have less. For example, like horses on their hooves and stuff. Sometimes they're not as sensitive and stuff like that. So like it mightn't be as bad to nail put a nail through a horse's foot as it may be a human's foot. You know what I mean, in terms of the function of that animal, and which we can attribute that based on their nature. And I think we both agree on that. But then what we'll have to understand is and agree upon as well is that that means that when we're approaching that animal, what we are considering is their experience as being equal to everyone else's. That like okay, it's whether they that we consider the function of the creature itself. That's fair enough. But but no one's pain relationship to reality, like pain or pleasure relationship to reality, is considered lesser or worse on a for just being a different species. It's based on, let's say, their responses, on the evidence that we have. For example, there's times when and we can even be deceived from this, right? Like if autistic people, for example, at young ages appear not to feel as much pain, and sometimes they don't feel as much pain, but sometimes they're not communicating it and stuff like that. So we've got like a variation of like psychological complexities to individuals and the functions of their nature, and I think we'll both agree on that. And so what we'll have to understand is that when we're approaching animals, we do what's in their interests, but we consider their interests as equal to ours. So we know if they're going to feel pain or pleasure, that pain or pleasure is not worth less or more because it's theirs. It's worth the same being theirs. And it might be different in relation to certain stimuli, but it's always equal to ours. Would you disagree with that?
Um, if what you're, I'm not sure. I mean, first of all, and I wanted to remind the chat briefly before we continue, since I had someone already tell me that you don't need to accept the idea that all animals and humans have equal moral value to accept veganism as morally obligatory. Before we continue, I just wanted to say again that I'm not against veganism. I've already said that despite there being differences in value, that we shouldn't eat animals and we shouldn't torture animals. So this entire conversation is just hinging on whether or not human beings have more inherent value than other animals do. And given that we're both moral realists, we don't need to argue certain types of things like, well, that just depends on the person or whatever, right? We're obviously arguing certain types of deontological.
We've evolved past that point.
Sure, if you want to put it that way. Um, but yeah, I mean, I agree with you that there's a certain sense of where the universal that we know as sentience or consciousness. I'm not really sure what sentience is for you or how you go about defining it,
I
but
would
at
just
least
subjectivity, really, like
yeah.
positive
But
and
if
negative
if you're
in the
just
world.
talking about a sense of awareness, being able to have pain, being at least somewhat minimally aware of your subjectivity, not necessarily consciousness or rational capacities and things like that. I mean, I put values in them, but I just haven't heard any sort of response of why I can't create a hierarchy of values. And there seems to be a certain sense of where we have no choice but to have a hierarchy of values. But I certainly agree, with a lot of things what you said. But
I guess I guess what I don't understand is with your position, don't, and obviously just to let my chat know and just to be clear, like obviously Marty, actually just to actually clarify, and like obviously you said that you consider eating animals to be not necessarily ethical. Do you think you would go vegan by any chance, or shall we leave that to later on?
we could leave that to later on. But yeah, I mean, I've considered being vegan. I mean, it's not something that I haven't even just considered it. I've done it for, about 2 or 3 months at two or different three types of points. At least
Sweet man.
attempted it. But that's not saying those types of things is at the same time it's great that a person can stop and stop the marginal utility of animal suffering. But I'm not going to admit myself from any responsibility here, especially because I know that your audience is not sympathetic to these types of, oh, he did it but only for a little while. It's just like you want a full commission, you want to be fully committed to something like that.
Yeah, I guess it's more of like obviously it's like
But one
obviously
of
it's like
but one of the reasons I might not be fully committed is because of this very discussion that we're having right now. It's just like I just honestly don't, and I can't see why I would put more value on you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when I said I think this conversation started in the first place to give people background because I said that I feel uncomfortable around meat now. Like you asked me, like, do you ever crave meat, like kind of thing, and or like when did you stop or anything like that, and I said like I've had desires for it, like when I was like first like obviously going vegan, but then when I realized that I'm looking at flesh and I started understanding it as flesh, it feels very akin to cannibalism to me. I get a disgust response. And that's purely emotive, right? That's like, we could call it moral sense if we're taking like a Kantian term, and so it wouldn't necessarily have relevancy to obviously the argument itself. And obviously the reason I'm avoiding meat has nothing to do with like a disgust response. But understanding it phenomenologically has changed. My experience of meat has changed. Like I couldn't bite a piece of meat and be like, this is delicious. It would be like biting a piece of human meat and thinking, this is delicious. I would vomit. Like I'd be physically repulsed because I'd be like, right, this is tissue from another creature, and I don't see a difference there.
Hmm.
And in terms of value, in terms of value, I don't see a difference in value either. So like one of the main things is that when what I'm essentially saying is that there is only one value, and that is the value of the experience of the agent. That all of our values are inherently within our consciousness. And so what we do is we try to understand our values by entering an intersubjective conception of that value, of consciousness itself, of subjectivity. And that is the only foundation of value. Like anything else not going to is not going to have um anything else is not going to have value in and of itself. It's like what I would say is that the human genus partakes in sentience. And that is why, like, obviously, a human has conscious awareness, it has positive and negative experience, and
I mean,
therefore,
I don't,
engaging with life,
so
it has.
you're, but that's, I mean, I'm not a consequentialist or anything like that, but it doesn't seem like that's quite right. I mean, are you saying that if we wipe out every single human being from this planet and we find the equivalent population in an ant species, it's just as immoral to kill those billions of ants as it is to kill off billions of human beings? You think those are
In terms of
equivalent?
pure terms of ethical grounding, I do not differentiate. But what I would say is like obviously our responsibility to other humans and other like species varies normatively. In terms of our institutional development for one. Um
So that's a very radical position, though. You understand? I mean,
yeah, well I understand, yeah.
yeah, you understand that saying that a billion ants is equivalent to a billion human lives. I mean, I guess I don't see it.
Ah,
I would need auxiliary arguments, right, to show that
it depends on what you mean by
the
equivalent.
quality. I mean, well, any sense, right? If you prefer the human beings over ants, then the sort of judgments that you make, uh, and saying they're completely equivalent would be symmetrical and synonymous in terms of their ethical culpability, in terms of your ethical culpability. But if they're
No, no,
not, then there's asymmetries, right? I mean, it's just that just
the
sort of
asymmetry
logically
would be in the
follows.
normative frame. The asymmetry is purely normative. It's just purely in the greatest way that we can respect the abstract right and approach the abstract right. And I think that the human species has perhaps one of the greatest capacities for producing an ethical domain which will ultimately benefit the animal kingdom once we get past this nasty issues of everyone being anthropocentric and essentially and perhaps even the egoistical narcissism of today's society and the hedonistic greed of capitalism.
Well,
If we
it's
get
not.
past these ideological issues, I think that we could become a positive force within the universe and benefit all species. And once we start genuinely caring about other species, including let's say like wild animals and such, that there's ways that we could improve nature and make the universe a better place. And I'd say that that would be our responsibility as guardians in this respect.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that we should have a moral compulsion basically to serve the ends of certain types of creatures that don't even have the capability of defending themselves, um, in terms of a propositional moral framework that we seem to embody. Um, I mean,
But it's like,
they certainly can. I mean, speak on behalf of themselves in any sort of language or in any sort of reason-giving way that we talk about in philosophy. But that has nothing to do with whether or not I increase the sort of value that I give to animals. I mean, like, look, if there was a alien species of some sort that was much more complex than the human species, and let's say that it was managing some sort of galaxy in terms of creating, I don't know, a sense of I don't know, inner homeostasis for that galaxy, right? Basically preserving its energy in some sort of immaculate, I mean, scientific way that we just don't understand. And their species just happen to be more valuable, then it happens to be more valuable. There's really nothing at stake. And I would say, sure, I mean, if they're preserving an entire galaxy, you know, if we want to get into these sorts of science fiction examples, then if it means the death of my species, then I could see a potential avenue of moral judgments that would lead me to believe that that was good. Um, I mean, since it's a purely science fiction sort of example, I mean, I don't have a reason to postulate why anything like that exists. Um,
I guess what I would say as well is that I don't believe necessarily that there is any ideological basis for value in humanity beyond its association within sentience and
I mean,
for
why sentience to
benefit.
begin with? I mean, why
Just because
is
sentience is the foundation of value, like as in the experience itself is what is valuable, and that is what we are and that is what is inherently valuable, as in it is the actual value experienced. And so anything else which is attributed value, that's post hoc, it's ad hoc. And I'll just say it's probably you know that I don't agree with Hume's law in the sense that I don't think that it actually works as like a guillotine as people think, but I do think it has value in showing that we cannot derive certain oughts from an is. So, for example, someone saying that someone is a homosexual and therefore he ought to be stoned is nonsense, and there is no. It's asserted, isn't it? And I think that Hume's argument does a good job in showing that there is a gap in the description and the prescription there, and that is, I would say, a gap that is found in pretty much any other in any other characteristic other than the value experienced within agents, which is to say that the value experienced within an agent is the only value that is inherent within the function of any given agent.
um, it seems as though what would occur if you held that position is that consciousness is a sort of rock bottom, right? Seems
Yeah.
as though it's like a primitive value to you. And if it's a primitive value, I don't know if I could do anything that can assess attributing value to other things. I mean, I know I hold a radical position, but I think, you know, certain types of sacred mountains are scared and I think sacred. And there's a certain sense of where I view nature as a sort of teleological and perhaps intention driven phenomenon that I would address to sort of value in itself. Um,
Mm.
and so, I
Like
mean,
Leopold's land ethic or something. Sorry, didn't
what's
mean to cut you off.
what's that?
It's kind of like Leopold's land ethic or something like that. Like so like he would argue that like a river, a mountain, or anything that has inherent moral value.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go into again science fiction, there's a sense of where even 2K is sort of ethically better to preserve because we have episodes from Star Trek where we know that everything that's selected for in biology that could be sort of manipulated by human beings would only have a value because we wouldn't anthropomorphize nature and we wouldn't have a value if it doesn't have sentience. But there are certain types of clear cases where I want nature not to be preserved in the image of human um, what's it called in terms of technocratic human ambitions, right? I want there to be a sense of randomness and freedom, I guess. I'm not really sure if you know what episode I'm particularly also talking about in Star Trek, where they basically said that we shouldn't engineer our genetics and our consciousness such that you know we can have these ends fulfilled because it prevents a sort of randomness from occurring. And I think there's a sense of where we should and ought to let nature have a certain sense of randomness to it.
I know they're against you. Like Star Trek is almost entirely against eugenics as a whole, and I used to actually kind of because I mean like in Star Trek: The Next Generation they talk about it, and then obviously there's what's it called? Khan, like obviously, Khan, the eugenics wars in the history of Star Trek, and then after that, there's the ban eugenics as a whole and genetic manipulation, and then you've got like Doctor Bashir and Deep Space Nine and all that sort of stuff. And then obviously they started a little bit doing it a little bit, I think, in the next generation with those super children and stuff like that. But overall, they do say that like we'll fuck up. We'll fuck up someone's nature and we've accidentally created a species which is actually destructive and so on. And it's shown that like basically messing with nature can be a very dangerous thing. And that's like a recurrent theme in Star Trek, which I think is actually kind of a good thing to have in.
Well,
But
I mean,
David
I
Pierce actually convinced me of gene drives and genetically engineering pretty well. I had a conversation with David Pierce, head of the founder of the Transhumanist Society, very much into like genetic engineering. And when I went into the conversation, I was like, this guy is going to be crazy. And I'm just thinking, I've already got like preconceived notions of genetic engineering as I'm going in. And don't get me wrong, I'm still a skeptic in terms of I don't trust any governments and I don't trust any power structures. So as a Marxist and someone who understands that, it
yeah.
would be really nice if we were nice people, but like unfortunately, our species has not reached the point in which we're going to be good with genetic engineering anyway. So
I mean,
understand
yeah,
all of that,
sure. Gene
and that
editing is a serious. It's going to be a serious problem because
oh, it's already a serious problem, man. China's already making crazy stuff. Like I saw something about like was it like a monkey pig and
sure.
something about like splicing a human and a monkey for organ transplants. I don't even want to think about it. It makes us feel physically sick. But they said it was killed before it was conscious. That was anyway. I believe it. Anyway,
Uh,
um,
there's a lot that could probably be said on gene editing. I mean, there's a
yeah,
lot to be said about technocratic ambitions, such that we ought to change humans as much as we can to prevent certain types of defects from occurring. But of course, what happens as a sort of consequence of all this is human beings turn into a sort of commodity in and of themselves, right? And then and then what you can get in terms of the gene editing is obviously going to be dependent on how much money you have. Um,
Gattaca.
yeah. And then you can imagine, that certain people are going to be performing better just because of the money that they sort of have,
I mean, that's
and
not even
then
the norm.
and then who, of
Like,
course, is gonna, then who? Anyways, yeah, we don't need to get into. I mean, unless you want, we can get into
no, I
that.
mean, it's interesting. I actually got into this with David Pierce because he's way more sympathetic to it. Because I said, like, basically, I think he's right in terms of ethics. If you're going to have a child, for example, and you're rolling the dice on genetic diseases and like genetic disorders, if we do agree that it's right to have children and we don't accept an anti-natalist position, then what we can say is like, why would we take the risk of having a child without mediating that risk if we are capable of doing so? And then if we are willing to remove negatives, why aren't we willing to give potential positives? Like say higher intelligence, greater amounts of empathy, willingness to cooperate if we could do such things. Like as he talks about, I'm not sure if I agree with whether we could do that or not. But the point of the matter is, it's like, why not? And I will say one of the big things is that nature is quite a horrible place. Nature is a really brutal, like some people call it the world's biggest slaughterhouse. If you think about how many animals are just being ripped apart, eviscerated, and just ultimately like tortured, by their predators, even by accidents, and so on, diseases, things going on in nature are quite nasty. And there's a reason why the Greeks, saw themselves as part of nature, but separate, as in like you walk into nature, you get killed by one of the gods, but really one of the gods is just nature being a horrible, brutal place. And Thomas Hobbes' life in the state of nature is nasty, brutish, and short. And it's something I agree with. And I think that if we could make that a better place for animals, let's say when we're responsible enough in the future, and we are well intentioned and capable of doing something that is actually positive without being, playing God and making things much worse, then why not? Why shouldn't we do that? I think that comes down to a level of guardianship. And the point of the matter is that that kind of duty and responsibility we have to nature, I think, is equal to the responsibility that we have to each other. It's just that in terms of normative frameworks, our responsibility for each other is even in a great amount of differences. So, like,
Do you
take for
think?
sorry,
Well, let me shoot this. I mean, do you think that there's a sense of where animals can have? They obviously can't. They obviously can't have the same level of reciprocity they can't obviously make demands of us, right? In terms of, or we can't make demands of them to perform ethically. You would agree with that, correct?
Yeah, they're incapable of the high level reasoning that is necessary for ethics.
Would there at least be a sort of consequential reason for why we'd ought to value human beings if we can make the world into a potentially better place to degrees
Yeah,
that
I
animals
mean,
couldn't?
yeah, I mean that would be like a normative sense. That's what I was kind of saying. Like, as in, like our respect for moral patience is separate from our respect for moral agency. But if we consider a moral patient and being is a moral agent, and their future actions as being representative of future possible respect for that abstract right, then considering their agency is important. It's like when you talked about the guardian of the galaxy, protecting that area. He would have a great amor. It's like a world leader being assassinated is worse than someone being assassinated down the shop, not because they have greater value in and of themselves, but because of the responsibilities that they hold to the nations that they govern.
Okay, but but then you hold on to certain types of values as a means of a consequence to attribute to
Yeah,
human
they're
beings.
extrinsic values, not intrinsic values. So like they're valuable in relation to the abstract right. Just
Okay,
as all it's like an Aristotelian view. Every institution is always ultimately put against the function of man,
okay,
or like I would say sentience.
okay. That makes sense to me if you, yeah. So I'd have to find certain types of intrinsic values that I would just find um, more valuable than the yeah, and more valuable in the human being than in the animal. And you're just already saying that extrinsic values are okay. There could be circumstances in which we should consequentially give it to the human being because they're going to ultimately make it better for animals. Um,
Yeah, ultimately make it better just for right simplicity, isn't it? And this is the difference between the abstract and the like the universal abstract and the here and now. It's like this understanding of when you're trying to respect the greatest overall right, it doesn't it's unbiased, it's unprejudiced, it's an objective. It's like understanding that, for example, against the alien species and so on, what we have to be careful of is ideological bias, which is unbelievably rife even within ourselves. Like I have no doubt that there are ideological biases within me that I have yet to question and have not even been questioned in our society, and will continue to not be questioned even for a good deal amount of time, because ideology is complex, and it's the very it's like you cannot see the eyes you look through. You know what I mean? And understanding that to be the case shows that there
Sometimes.
are points where we need to analyze that we have not analyzed yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true sometimes. I guess what I need to be convinced of is that sentience is some sort of unconditional principle of which every single person that participates in sentience, even minimal sentience, is the only thing that ultimately matters intrinsically. I don't see any reason to buy into that. Of course, I mean when it comes to ethical norms or primitives, what are you going to argue? I'm just going to argue for a different type of primitive. Uh,
What would be the primitive you argue for?
well, I mean, I have certain types of ethical primitives that I would just call categorical maxioms, but those are just Kantian ones. As far as any other primitives, I don't know if I would have them. I would just be a sort of moral particularist, at least in one sense. That is, the form of my judgment is always universal. It always has to operate into some sort of norm, but that form is always going to be given into a certain type of particular context that it has to be sensitive to. So I obviously don't think that we could subscribe to norms that are necessarily ancient, but you'd still necessarily have to subscribe to some norm because that's just how the form of our ethics seems to operate. It can't be completely particular in every single type of context, right?
Yeah.
You're always managing to do something in the sense of universalizing your statements, treating people as means instead of as ends. I could obviously apply that to animals, treat them as sort of means instead of as ends. Um, but
That's the thing. So I'm just wondering, like so for example, in the Kantian sense, like you said, that it might be like that. Obviously Kant holds and I think Hegel does as well, really. um, people like an individual is an end in themselves, not a means to an end. Is that something that you hold like about, let's say, the human genus?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. But why not? Would you not hold that against animal genus, that there are not a means, that they are not a means to an end, but an end in themselves?
I think you'd probably have to as a consequence of that sort of moral maxiom. So what you're saying is that as soon as we're holding people as ends in themselves, that I have to jettison the idea of a hierarchy of values because that's a sort of unconditional principle.
Yeah. Like as in like now you've got the meta framework. Now you can enter a normative framework in relation to your responsibilities to each given agent.
What would I do then if I started valuing nature as a sort of end in itself? Because it obviously has certain ends in itself, but it doesn't have sentience in the same sense that you know a back in the same sense that an animal might.
Hmm. I mean, I would differentiate between ends anyway. Like, so for example, like when we talk
I mean,
about like,
unless you don't care about nature, and
yeah,
which would be tough for me, because that's the end. I mean, then you'd be right. Yeah, I mean, you'd be
yeah.
right.
I mean, like what I would say is like even in relation. So let's say like take for example your position like that. So for example, a tree seems to have an end, as in a function towards its like life. It's got an overall goal. And I would say that when you talk about nature, you talk about life having an end, not necessarily like the physical. Or would you say like physical laws of like just like rocks and so on as well, or just life?
Hmm.
Um, or would it be life, or would it just be everything?
Well, I think everything has a sort of goal to it, but there is a sort of unique sense of where I would probably view life a little bit more than any other sort of normative operation. Um, as so far as things doing what they do because they're disposed to be to doing what they do, like a match again, like I light a match, it's disposed to becoming to lighting. I think there's a certain type of normativity associated with that. Um, I don't think that's as valuable as like preserving trees within nature. And I'm not really sure if we only preserve trees in nature only for the sake of like maintaining levels of good clean air and oxygen for us. Not sure if I would just necessarily say, although these my reasons for it aren't completely developed, if I would be okay with bombing, uh, you know, sacred mountains just because there's no human beings or no animals around. I'd still say that's probably still pretty bad.
Hmm.
Because I
I
think
mean, I mean,
there's
I mean,
things in nature that are beautiful, and I like preserving things that are beautiful. But
so
maybe you
aesthetic
don't
value.
have. Yeah, well, I wouldn't even call it value because value seems to be relative towards a certain type of agent or subject. So if you're an aesthetic realist about
I would
beauty,
argue.
then you just think beauty just does exist on its own, and
I mean,
preservation of beauty is good in itself instead of for hypothetical reasons, for certain types of means to an end. So
I
you'd
would
be
probably say
treating.
that beauty exists in the sense of an objective, like universal through judgment, in a Kantian sense. But I wouldn't say that beauty is in and of itself like within the object that is to be understood as, like, for example, a sunset is not beautiful. It is in being seen that the beauty occurs. It is in the very action of having a response within me that beauty it's a relationship, a dynamic between a conscious agent and reality, which is exactly why I would say when you said that value implies the existence of an agent. That's exactly what I would say. I
Yeah,
would say that an agent, that value itself is in relation to consciousness, and that conscious experience of value is the fundamental um expression of ethics as a whole, as a fundamental understanding of ethics as a whole. And what we are trying to do is maximize value, because value is in and of itself the action driving process which is pushing us towards the telos anyway, um, which is kind of like the Aristotelian sense. We are being pulled by the value, but the value that exists within reality, we are being pulled towards like abstract value, but only because we are capable of
yeah, sure,
understanding value and experiencing
sure.
value and appreciating value. And so even if we take beauty as a value and maximizing the beauty of reality, I have no problem with that in an aesthetic sense. What we have to appreciate is that what takes precedence is moral value, is ethical value, which is the agents which are capable of experiencing beauty, because otherwise beauty has no meaning to anything, because meaning itself exists between agents. And so meaning itself and the fundamental understanding of reality in any given form is fundamentally dependent upon this agency. And so if we understand that ethics, when we're engaged in it, is to respect this value, then what we need to put above all else is this grounding. It's just about how to respect that fundamental abstract relationship between agents in the greatest overall degree. What normative system do we construct to respect that, like, overall ground, that fundamental grounding? And it's not to say that, like, I don't disagree that there is a function that exists within nature that is unconscious. Like, so for example, I believe that a tree has a function. It's just that function has no value to the tree because the tree is incapable of conceiving of that value, of
Yeah.
understanding that value, of experiencing that
I mean,
value.
I understand the Kantian perspective on aesthetics. I'm somewhat skeptical of whether Kant is right or not. I'm definitely sympathetic to the idea that beauty is a sort of synthesis of the understanding and the imagination instead of it being something, say, for the Greeks, something necessarily out there, not relative or indexed to the subject. Although I don't know. I mean, there's certainly a sense of where I'm sort of sympathetic to both views. You know, just the idea that beauty is in and of itself existing and doesn't require any sort of person to witness it in order to for it, that property to exist there. The same sense that a moral realist would. Um,
But then again, would a moral realist think that? Like, what a moral realist would say is that there was a, like, I think would it wouldn't be that there is value in the thing without it being experienced. It's the value is the experience, and that's why it's there. It's the very, it's almost a Parmenidean, like, isn't it? Where it's like the fundamental it's just to say that there is value implies a conscious appreciation of it, that it could not
Yeah,
help
yeah,
but be.
that's what this is what I'm saying. We could substitute the word value with beauty, right? And the Greeks did this. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. The Greeks,
we don't need to talk about
yeah,
axology in order to talk about aesthetics. You could just say it just is out there, and it has a sort of normativity. Maybe like say the Greeks or the rationalists would have viewed it as something that obligates us to be in accordance with those types of normative principles. They don't have to be derivative off of a human understanding. I mean, there's many reasons why Kant would have wanted it to be like that, and again, I'm very sympathetic towards Kantian judgments of aesthetics. There's a certain sense of where I appreciate it. Um, but if you do value nature as being beautiful on its own, and being and maybe participating in something that would be considered good in certain circumstances on its own, then I'm not really sure if those would be relativized. Then I don't know if our ethical judgments could be relativized towards um,
it's
certain
like I
types of
would need.
principles that I've been putting up as. But you know that's getting into really speculative stuff, my dude. Like I see the strength of just basically saying that like, look, if you do believe in the categorical norm, uh, treat others as ends in themselves instead of as means to an end, and you apply this to animals, then yeah, I mean, like, no hypothetical norm, no value that you could attribute towards them is going to matter because you should just treat them as a sort of means to an end, right? And I
Yeah,
think that that would be the strongest argument that you could have against me. And if I do, and if I am, you know, privy to the idea that they have a means to an end sort of relationship. Sorry, are there, you know, have their own sort of ways about going about the world functionally, right? They search for certain types of ends that they want to fulfill. That might be different from us, and they're unique in their own sense. Who's to say what, you know, what they're looking for is necessarily bad? Then yeah, I mean, you could end it right there, and I don't think I'd have an argument against. I don't think I'd have an argument against that.
I
Um,
appreciate that. I will say as well, I am sympathetic to your understanding of nature having a fundamental end in relation to, let's say, for example, life having a function in and of itself, as in whether it's supervened or, like, inherent to the concept of life, that there is a function that is trying to strive towards a given end, and that end is, I wouldn't obviously attribute the word value to it, obviously, in terms of my metaphysical framework. My God, if I could speak. But I do appreciate, obviously, the the Aristotelian foundation of that like function almost. Like it's not something I would deny. I would certainly say that there is a function within non sentient beings. And so I can certainly sympathize with you valuing, let's say, beauty and so on, even beauty itself within nature, or beauty or nature and its own goals, like whether it's conscious or not. And I think one of the like a tangent from that is how veganism is genuinely probably one of the greatest things you could do for the environment. So if you are valuing the environment anyway, it's probably one of the most, important things you could do, because I think it's the UN and Oxford University. The UN has said that the greatest thing that you can do to prevent climate change and environmental catastrophe is go vegan. I don't know if you're aware of the statistics, but for anyone who isn't, um, the animal agriculture is the number one contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. It's also the number one contributor to
Sure. Yeah.
deforestation.
Yeah. Cow is.
Ocean,
Yeah. So,
yeah.
for sure.
We're talking about like obviously how many crops that need to be produced to feed animals. The trophic pyramid there all obviously is always an energy loss. So we're actually producing more crops than we need, and those crops need to have pesticides put on them. They need to be protected, and they're also grabbing nutrients from soil, leaving soil to be like barren and dead. They're not even including like obviously the damage to soil, like to soil in general, with preventing like causing more flooding, um, taking water from certain areas. For example, like Sao Paulo never even had a water like issue until we started putting farms up there and like had cattle around there. Takes like 800 liters of water, I think it is, to produce a pound of beef. Um, all of these obviously statistics, which are horrific. Obviously, I think we can both agree.
Mm.
Obviously, can be genuinely tackled with veganism being a normative position, because if we can get people to go vegan and live a vegan lifestyle, then we can have a genuine impact upon carbon emissions, damage to carbon stores, pollution, and so on. So, what do you think about that?
I don't think of course all of that is just empirically true, right? I am completely in agreement with the idea of greenhouse gases probably being sufficiently less worse if we remove just the amount of cows that are basically produced in order to feed people, right? I'm familiar with deforestation basically occurring that is going to prevent that's going to occur. It's going to raise greenhouse gases. Although I think we have more forests and trees now in the planet than ever before. Although I'm not sure if that matters much. I'm not sure if that being said, I mean, I think those are good things. I'm not sure if that's really going to stop global warming at this point. Unfortunately, definitely not
We
to the
can stop
degree.
it. Well,
Huh?
and whether we can stop it or not is also a side issue as well, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, I do agree. Like, obviously, that we should be engaged in trying to prevent it if we can. Obviously, runaway warming is fast approaching, like, in which case it's like there's nothing that we can really do without directly intervening within the process and just pumping a different chemical into the atmosphere, and hopefully, Snowpiercer will not come true.
So let me
Um,
let me
you
ask you
know,
some things that I don't really have a answer. I mean, like in most of these types of ethical conversations, I mean, I don't do any personal research. That's why I wanted to do a discussion instead of a debate, because I think I don't think I would do well in these, and I've admitted to as much. But what do you say to people who would bring up things like spider infestations, cockroach infestations, and those causing obviously harm to your children or to
um,
people, or
yeah.
termites beginning to destroy your house, and you have to find some sort of ways of treating them as means to an end instead of necessarily as an end in themselves.
Well, I think the best place to start when you consider that people are anthropocentric as the standard within our society is just to say, well, what about foreign invasions, right? Let's say the Chinese decide to breach the British borders. Do I have a right to repel them if they're going to prevent us from living lives that are, adequate for our survival? And the whole point of removing infestations isn't to, harm the animals. It's a rule of double effect. It's a way of preventing harm to myself and the other individuals who I have a greater normative responsibility for. It's like repelling the Chinese if they were to breach British borders, like as an invasion force. I don't want to hurt Chinese people, man. I wouldn't want them to be hurt, and I hope to God that we never have to face that kind of issue. But I don't think that the British military would be unethical for engaging them in combat. Just the same way as I don't think that someone removing a termite infestation would be wrong for doing so, even though I value termites, because um, it's not about harming the animal; it's about protecting the lives that um, would otherwise be damaged.
Mm. So, I mean, what would you say to a person who says that they have absolutely no idea what they're doing? They're just fulfilling their own sort of ends, um, and that it's not really immoral any more than it's immoral, say, a lion eating a zebra or something, right?
I would say that your ends do not necessitate the consumption of animal products, and given that, then you comparing yourself to a lion is just unnecessary. Like we don't compare lion behaviors and human behaviors in any other meaningful way, and this is a point that Gary Yourofsky makes quite well. It's like we're willing to say that we're like lions in the sense that we eat meat, but not in the sense that they kill their young, that they rape each other, that they sleep outside, and so on. Like these are the we cherry pick functions which suit our own ad hoc ends, but we don't consider the fact that our function is not the same as an animal, like a lion. You are a rational moral agent. You are an omnivorous rational moral agent. You're capable of eating both plants and animals. Now
Mm-hmm.
you have the decision: do you eat a plant or do you eat an animal? Now I'm saying that the eating the animal is going to cause greater overall suffering, greater overall negative experience, and is the wrong thing to do. And that the greatest expression of right within your actions is to respect as many sentient beings as possible. So why
Hmm.
not do it?
Yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying there. You had a pretty good answer for the first question for sure. And I think something to even further contribute towards it is that they're didn't they find out that human beings are actually um, vegans or vegetarians by nature? Or
Yeah,
they're
but more likely to be herbivorous.
yeah.
So one of the things is that we know now for sure that we're consumed a lot more starchy vegetables than we had thought. Like even in the hunter gatherer phase, because we think that we did so because they're very like essentially carb rich, and they're just basically calorically rich, they're calorically dense, right? You get something like a potato. It's actually got a lot of nutrition in it, and it requires cooking. And so people used to think that, like, for example, we developed fire and so on to necessarily cook animals, but we may have developed fire to even cook root vegetables, which may not have been damaged by the same occurrences that would have forced us out of the trees. Because if you believe in if you take the evolutionary approach that we would have been fructivorous animals that are, like, for example, like a chimpanzee or nearest relative like the bonobo, um then you have to understand that there would had to have been some sort of mechanism that would force us from that place. There would have to have been something that took us from what was a pretty idealistic scenario, where we had very few natural predators, to being a like plains animal, when we aren't evolutionarily developed for that. And one of the things is maybe there was a flood, funnily enough, and that would have damaged the trees, and so would have been forced onto the plains. Root vegetables don't have that issues, and obviously animals eating animals like for survival would have also been another means to gain calories. And so, and we talk about, obviously we already had as well fairly developed brains, because one of the things is that we had to have enough intelligence to think of traps for animals. We had to think of how to cook like various vegetables we wouldn't have been able to eat before, and all of these are problem solving skills. And so the glucose rich diets from eating fruit had already fueled a certain brain size large enough to even turn to more omnivorous diet. Also, if you consider the length of our intestines, they're like 26 feet long. That's
Yeah.
not atypical of an
Yeah.
omnivore.
Yeah.
What teeth people like kind of point out at, because we've got canines. Obviously, like canines happen all over the animal kingdom, even in herbivores. Like one of the best examples is like I think the largest canines are on a fructivorous ape, and they've got like these massive canines. And so they're not really like. And if you look at other omnivores, even like bears, dogs, uh, beings that are usually more designed to consume animal products, like well, prey, like go and hunt and are basically meant to run down prey. And they've got a lot more incisors and canines than we do.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
molars for grinding and so on like that. Other things is that, like, we don't produce our own vitamin C. A lot of omnivores and carnivores do produce their own vitamin C. That's primarily because we were consuming such large amounts of vitamin C. If you look back into far enough in our evolutionary history, we would have evolved from think a being that was supposed to produce its own vitamin C. So I think it would have ate primarily insects and small. It was like a small mammal. So the fact that we've evolved to the point of being a primate that when we were a primate, we believe that we lost the function of producing our own vitamin C primarily because we we're consuming so much of it anyway that we didn't need to. Um, Trying to think of anything else in terms of like likelihood for atherosclerosis. If you look at the fact that getting cats to have heart disease is a pretty hard thing to do. The way that they deal with saturated fat and cholesterol is more efficient than humans, from what I'm aware. Humans get atherosclerosis really easily, and the primary factors for atherosclerosis is cholesterol and saturated fat. Now, if you replace any animal fat with any, and I mean coconut oil, right, any plant fat, you see a drop in atherosclerosis. One of the biggest things is the heme iron, for example, increases calcification within veins, which increases the likelihood of having like that actual plaque, that arterial plaque, which causes heart disease. Um, if you see the proteins from animal products damage our kidneys, while plant proteins don't damage our kidneys. Um, there's the ingestion of mammalian proteins is likely to cause an immune response, which may damage our blood-brain barrier and increased intestinal damage, leading to things like Crohn's disease and other autoimmune diseases. There's a few there's some speculative and then some pretty well developed positions which show that the healthiest diet in the world, at least the healthiest diet for reducing our likelihood of our primary killers in terms of chronic disease, is a vegan diet, or at least a healthy vegan diet. Obviously, don't go just eating Doritos. That's not the same thing.
Sure. Um, so I hear everything you said there. Let me ask you a few more qualifying questions. So you're I guess something what we would call a moral realist. Are you a robust moral realist?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think that there are any sort of internal moral maximums?
It depends what you mean. Because when I say robust moral realist, I mean that in the sense that there is a inherent, it's within nature itself, as in that nature
Yeah,
itself
that's how
has.
I'm yeah, that's how I'm using it. Yeah, but no, what I'm saying here is that because if you're challenging me on Kantian notions such as treat other people as as an end instead of a means to an end, I take this as being a sort of internal principle, along with any of the sort of categorical imperatives as a sort of internal rationalistic sort of principle.
Well, I
Uh,
would say that I would say that their
which
understanding of nature
which
and sorry, I'll let you finish.
Well, no, I was just gonna say which would I mean one of the types of consequences of that, but maybe not. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter. Is that animals obviously don't participate in that sort of framework in that ethical framework.
Yeah, I would agree that, like, for example, animals are incapable of perhaps even admiring the same beauty, for example, that we do. Um, and even other cultures have different conceptions of beauty. And if we even take, let's say, beauty to be an internal, an internal theory of judgment, then we can understand that the attribution of beauty to a given phenomena within this common domain is changed depending upon the agents involved. And it could be the same with, like, obviously understanding ethics, and I would say it would be, which is why you see like variations of ethics in relation to uh, the overall the overall function of reality. But fundamentally, there is a fittingness in nature which forces us to engage with it, that forces us to make conclusions based off a universal end in relation to what is valuable. And what I would say is that understanding our own value and understanding the value of, and it's kind of like, with the golden rule, love others as you like, was it treat others as you wish to be treated, or love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Like, I guess the point is that the individual understands themselves not individualistically, but in relation. I dismiss the idea of a inherent psychology, which gives one's values without qualification. I think that
Well,
all
no,
value.
but I'm not. Yeah, I agree with that. By the way, I hope you're not thinking that my moral maxims are psychological.
Oh, no, no, not necessarily. But I
Okay.
think that it could be implied that, for example, an ego and having one's own ends could be given inherently. And what I'm wanting to show is that an individual themselves is incapable of understanding themselves even without cooperative engagement. The master-slave relationship that Hegel talks about, but ultimately, the linguistic framework which allows us to create norms and conventions, and the normativity which allows us to understand a generalized universe, right?
Okay, so
What I would
yeah, go ahead.
what I was just gonna what I was gonna say is that nothing in that could be individualistic and applied to reality in relation to ethics in terms of how we behave, other than maybe perhaps our disposition towards ethics. But even then, what we need to understand is that value itself and the conception of value itself exists in an intersubjective way and not in an inherent egoistical or subjective way.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, I think what's at stake here in the issue with some Kantians is the notion that if you can't even participate in that ethical framework, then you do get subjected to being a sort of means to an end.
Yeah, but I think that's bias. I think that, like, for example, and Kant had his own reasons for doing this, and like, people like to call Kant racist a lot because he would have dismissed the
Oh yeah,
rationality of other
sure, yeah,
races and
yeah,
stuff like
sure,
that.
yeah.
But the point is that, like, even rationality, why do we value rationality in the first place? I'd say rationality is itself valuable, not in and of itself, but in and of its ability to have an ethical, to give us ethics itself, to give us this ability to engage within ethics and move towards the telos, to
Mm,
understand.
I I don't know. We actually had this conversation. Me and John had this conversation along with a few other people in TPC. Um, I just don't know where I stand on the issue of rationality as being just a means to an end of to perform certain types of ethical categorical norms, because this seems to separate rationality from these what I presumably think are constitutive rational norms. So I think a classic rationalist would have problems with how, even if moral norms existed somehow in the world as actual properties instantiated somewhere in the world, even if they did, right? Um, if we're sociopaths or whatever, then we wouldn't be motivated to take out those, take into those, um, take those considerations for those ethical norms. There has to be
Actually,
something
I
motivating
disagree.
us to do it in the first place. And this is why I think a sort of Kantian
I
beginning
disagree.
is pretty good, because it offers us certain types of constitutive principles, which are in practical reason that would later on that we would adopt if we realize that these are constitutive for practical reason.
Well, I guess what I would say is that, like, one, I would disagree that, like, sociopaths, for example, would be ethically incapable of incapable of entering ethics, right? Um,
Oh no, no,
be
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if
I
we
know you're
have
not
okay.
saying that, but what I was going to say is that the motivation isn't reason itself anyway. The motivation would be the drives, and the understanding of the drive would be the rational production, and then that would sublimate the drive and change the drive, and then when you get second order principles, which would be in ethics, right? But then that is the combination of reason and the drive. In and of itself, and you can see that the drives themselves then become an amalgamation of reason and the drive, which is fair enough. I have no problem with that, but the overall experience of value within the drive, that can exist without reason, and it could exist without, like, so for example, it's not hard to imagine a being which was capable of having a positive and negative experience which is relevant metaphysically to our understanding of positive and negative experience. So for example, a being which is having the same, let's say a human which was born without the rational capacities, we could understand that as having, or even just another animal which was born without rational capacities, whatever. We could understand that as having the same experience of value from which we are considering within our judgments, whilst having not having the capacity to understand that and conceive of that value and hold that as a constant in their own minds. And so I would differentiate in that respect between a moral patient and a moral agent, and that's something that
I'm
Tom
not.
Reed puts well.
If I understand what you're saying correctly, is that if a person lacked rationality, they would have universally consistent moral values. Is
Yeah,
that
like they
what you're
would still
saying?
have, like, if a person lacked rationality, they would still have the
But
same.
these, sure. I mean, well, I don't know,
Well,
because I mean, values, as how I'm conceiving them, are propositional reason giving phenomenon. They're not going to be emotive. And if a person lacks rationality, then I mean, they just can't enter into the logical space of reasons, right? It's just going to be off the bat. They're not going to be able to provide justification, and if you're not able to provide justification, then you have no notion of knowledge.
Yeah, but
Um,
if let's say, for example, you made this point, I think very quite well before, when you said when you were talking about, let's say, or I think was it with beauty, whether we understand beauty to be there or not, like as in, like for example, whether I understand there to, let's say, I don't see the beauty, it doesn't mean that the beauty's not there. It's the same thing if an animal doesn't conceive of their own self-consciousness and their own worth, or even someone who is having and perhaps being irrational because of mental illness. If they don't conceive of their own value because of their mental illness, that doesn't mean that they don't have the value. The value can be inherent within them, within their function, excuse me, within what they are, without them having an awareness of it. Just because they cannot generate the reasons of their own value doesn't mean I can't on their behalf. I can understand that they are having said experience, and that if they were capable of giving and conceiving of, let's say, norms and conventions which would allow them to express arguments, that they would more than likely than not, make an argument in order to prevent me and cause a resistance. And a good example of that is in animals who resist us without having a knowledge of self awareness. They might have, like, for example, a knowledge of, like, they may be resisting the pain simply because of the experience of the pain, and so they pull away from us. But then I can say, let's say, for example, if the pain wasn't a negative towards their interests, let's say it's actually a vaccine which is going to prevent future harms, then me putting them in pain is in relation to the narrative of their life,
yeah,
their
yeah, I
totality of their existence, and
sure,
that is metaphysically relevant to the judgment being enacted upon them.
sure. I just, I guess I wouldn't see how one can get off the ground to even do morality in the first place. Um,
Without rationality.
well, without rationality and without presumably the categorical norms that condition our judgments for,
But I would agree. But then
ethics.
that exists within us as ethical agents. But then it's not like our agency and our judgment is separate from what we are judging, and that would be like a metaphysical like. So, for example, my understanding of an object and its function and relation in the world is separate from my understanding, and it's like, for example,
Well, I mean,
even if
in some sense, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's separate from my understanding. Again, ontologically, sure. It's not separate from my understanding in the sense that the object is going to give me content such that I can make certain types of judgments about said content. Right? With no content, no judgments. So there's a sense of where the judgments are dependent upon objects, um, and have that sort of relational tie necessarily.
But does an object, let's say, for example, like an object in mind can exist without being analyzed? So, like for example, like the immediate experience that Hegel talks about, it's not like the blinding white light room or the pitch black room that he talks about in the phenomenology doesn't exist and isn't real. It's the fact that, if anything, it's just the real unconditioned. And that unconditioned experience doesn't mean that there is not an experience of value.
I
It
don't.
just means that the individual who's like experiencing it may not
What do you mean by that real unconditional experience?
like unconditioned experience, so like unsymbolized, unnorm with no normativity applied to it, like an experience of reality which has yet to be linguistically analyzed and differentiated from the rest of the psychology of the being which is currently in the world. So, for example, I don't think that
I don't view that as what's generally called the unconditioned in um, German idealism or the unconditioned.
I guess I'm talking in many ways, like when I say like unconditioned.
You're just talking about like some sort of world that is without concepts or without any single determination.
I should probably use the word unsymbolized or unsignified.
It's just an indeterminate notion of being, indeterminate being. Sure.
Immediate,
Yeah, just
sorry,
no predication immediately. Sure. I mean,
imminent, I think, is the word that Hegel uses.
yeah. I mean, imminent is another way of talking about, well, immediate and indeterminate are different types of things. So something being indeterminate means that you're not predicating anything about it. It has nothing, no x that can contrast it with some y. immediate means that there is nothing in which it's mediated by some sort of concept that it's derivative from.
Yeah,
So
I
it
would.
could. So you obviously generally, within a Kantian framework, have those two things functioning with each other, and therefore there wouldn't be something indeterminate. And yeah, I mean that's the way that I'm using indeterminate immediate being. But I
I mean,
think
I
that's
usually
different
think
from
that
unconditioned.
yeah, I mean, like, I'm really what I'm saying is that, like, when we talk about reality as in and of itself, um, in without the application of like a symbolic reference in order to differentiate certain aspects from it metaphysically, then it is, um, then there is no separation between objects, and objectification does not exist at that point. Would you agree? Like, if there was no language, if there was no, conceptual application to reality, would you say objects exist, or would you say they don't exist?
Well, it, so I don't think objects exist except as a sort of theoretical abstraction, but I think powers exist uh,
Hmm.
despite people. But since I'm a process ontologist, the idea of talking about objects is sort of a non sequitur to begin with, is the problem. So
That's fair enough. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that what I'm trying to point out is that the metaphysical foundation for the judgment is separate from the judgment, in the sense that even the application of the concept, which gives you the possibility of knowledge, which allows you to modify your behavior in as such that you can act as with, ethically, even scientifically, and with whatever epistemic kind of field we're talking about, is actually a way of modifying our behavior in relation to the world, not actually modifying the world. I mean, it does have some purport to changing the world, like, as in, for example, second order desires can create, and even second order functions of humanity. So, for example, things like wonder, curiosity, and so on may not exist without like rationality. But in terms of actually, like, the world itself exists, as in the experience of the world exists, and our drives exist, and when we
there's a
are
lot of
analyzing,
words. There's a lot of words there that confused me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like like some of your prior interlocutors where I want something to be really clear, but there was a lot of words there that I could not make sense in my head when combined. So, is there any sort of rephrasing that you can give of that? What you just
what do
said?
what do you mean? Like, what was it that was confusing you? Like, in terms of what I said?
Yeah, I just like the last few sentences, I just could not parse out.
All right. Yeah. All I'm saying is that, like, so look, like, in terms of experience itself, like, I mean, I take experience. I mean, I think you saw my determinism debunk video. Like, I take experience to be metaphysically, um, like, part of the metaphysical grounding of reality. That experience and the common domain are the fundamental features from which we engage with reality, right? So I'm an absolute idealist. I take reality to be a product, a mind, that is, well, I take reality to be fundamentally constituted of a mixture of mind and a common domain that exists between minds, which allows us to communicate and understand, like, and engage with a reality, right? And I think Hegel points towards matter as being a potential universal, whatever. It doesn't really bother us. The whole point I'm saying is that, let's say, for example, the physical reality that we coexist in, and the our experience of reality that exists in our minds, these aren't created by the words we use when we call them minds, when we call them matter, reality. They existed as before any of our symbolic references.
Sure. Yeah.
These existed before rationality gave them metaphysical divestations,
Yeah.
which allowed them to be used in argumentation and deductively produce conclusions. And that's kind of the point of what I'm saying, that if they pre-existed rationality, and rationality can allow us to understand and create certain fundamental norms based on, will create certain fundamental concepts, which allows us to access that reality for epistemics. That doesn't mean that the epistemic, like, it's all epistemological, that our grounding is in language. It means the grounding exists before language, it exists within reality, and moral patiency or moral patience are prior to our moral rationality. in that respect. Like understanding someone to have to like understanding myself as a moral patient is to imply that I've come to understand something which was already there. It was actually present in reality before my judgment.
I, I mean, from what I've gathered right there, you're basically just saying that you're committed to some sort of metaphysical notion of realism. Um, and
Yeah.
then you began talking about responsibility, and you're basically saying, in a sort of Levinasian sense, that judgments, responsibility means that there has to be a responsibility to someone or something, and that something, that otherness, seems to instantiate a responsibility on us before we even know what it is, right? So these demands
Kind
on
of, yeah.
us presuppose something, some sort of metaphysical property that exists outside of us that gives us that demand.
Even in an inferential way, like the possibility of there being a moral patient in terms of our moral discourse implies the existence of moral patiency, and moral patiency is not dependent upon the judgment. Like for example, the rationality is dependent upon what we would consider metaphysically to be a moral patient, and that is separate from the judgment. I guess the point is that I think that the Kantian position is almost like as in like a rational agent is of what is of value is rational agency is presupposing rationality as an end, and gives no foundation for that. It presupposes that it's circular. It's like rational
Well, I
agents are
mean,
value.
well, I
Reason
mean,
has a
all transcendental arguments can be viewed as circular. But I think that that's to misunderstand the transcendental argument. So transcendental arguments of any sort do presuppose something, and that is that they assume an inner nature. But an inner nature should be sort of something that is immediately given to you. It's something that should be recognized as being a part,
yeah. I would
constitutive
agree.
of your experiences. If we're talking about something inner instead of something outer, there's no distance between these two in terms of where error can come about, right? Error
Mm,
comes about when there's certain distances between our consciousness and the object. But if we're
but it
talking
like
about consciousness itself or rationality, there's no distance of that sort. So if transcendental arguments are showing you, well, look, here's our experiences, isn't it really wild that if we remove X, Y, and Z from the experiences, well, we're no longer talking about experiences, because to talk about the constitutive aspects of experiences is just to talk about these things.
yeah,
But the
and I
same
mean like that.
thing, but the same thing can be given about the very apparent phenomenon of us having hypothetical norms and us having any sort of values. All of those, I think, can have a sort of transcendental argument of where eventually it will lead us back to something that's unconditioned, something that is not contingent upon empirical events, some sort of norm that's going to be constitutive of our rationality. And I think that can be proven, right, through transcendental arguments. It's the moral realist who basically wants to say that these sorts of types of norms and values are going to be in and of themselves. Um,
Well,
and I
I
and
guess
I'm
the
and I'm and I'm sympathetic to it, but I don't see how a moral realist can argue for unconditional norms in the way that say a Kantian would. So that'd
I
be
guess
my
like I
problem.
guess I guess my point would be to say that that I guess my problem with the Kantian position in general is like when we talk about the value of rationality, it's like I don't dismiss the value of rationality for its foundation, like epistemic value within ethics, because it is fundamentally allowing us to understand ethics as a whole, which means that it's based like value itself as we know it. And,
But I'm
the
not
knowledge.
viewing, but I'm not saying rationality is just a means to an end to fulfill ethical norms.
But even
It is an
I
end
know,
in itself. I mean, practical reason is the
but it would
norm.
be an end. What I would say is that it's an end in itself, primarily because the ends are a construction of that rationality, which has allowed us to engage within it. And I can see the value in that.
Well,
But
that's
then
what
it's
that's
not
what
to say that it,
constructivism is all about. I mean, yeah, it
yeah,
constructs its
but
own. I mean,
but
in a
then
sense, it
that,
constructs its own
that,
norms, and in another sense, they're just constitutive of human
but then
rationality.
that's the different. But then what we would say is that but then it's like talking about the difference between mind as a whole anyway, and um like for example abstract mind and let's say an individual's mind. It's like the value can exist without an individual being like So as long as reason exists, it could create the phenomena which would be relevant to metaphysically to the field of ethics
Hmm.
without the individual who is experiencing that phenomena being aware that it is relevant to the field of ethics. So I can apply a concept to an animal that it's incapable of applying to itself.
Only,
So, for example,
only insofar as no particular individual matters, but the
not that
universal.
it's not that no, because it would be hermeneutic, wouldn't it? It wouldn't necessarily have to say that no particular individual matters. It would be to say that particular individuals matter in relation to their genus, which is in a hermeneutic relationship, universal to particular, well, universal to individual. To I'm kind of skeptical of particulars myself, to be entirely honest with you. I think that when we talk about particulars, what we're actually doing is applying a universal concept of a different nature. We're applying like a fundamental um, an individualistic conception. We're talking about rather than like a particular conception. We're talking about something that is. I kind of take the view that Aristotle doesn't, like, for example, believe in particulars. I don't think Aristotle believes in particulars for one. Like whether we interpret Aristotle to understand particulars or universals as being essence. Um, and I would say that the essence, which is in relation to the genus, is actually a universal, and that the genus itself is a combination of universals. Which is why Aristotle's pointing down in the photo. He's saying that the grounding of reality is irreducible universals from which we construct language, and then we put them universals together in a genus, and then understand them as in relation to each other. And these are ultimately the bedrock of reality is actually constitutive of our understanding applied to reality in and it's kind of this to and fro relationship. It's why the prime mover is constantly analyzing himself in like almost a hermeneutic relationship again. And I guess like what I'm trying to express with this, when we understand, let's say, an animal's value, the animal does not have to be aware of its own metaphysical value for it to have that value. It just has to have the same metaphysically divestible parts for our rationality to grip onto, which produces the phenomena which is relevant to the field, which allows it to be relevant for the argumentation. So it's like the rationality. It's like even if we agree that rationality is inherently value is in the way that Aristotle does, that all men desire to know, there is no way it's necessitated for everything. It's not that it's even morally valuable. It just we need it for everything, and I don't disagree with that. Then there doesn't mean that there is not a metaphysical difference between a patient and an agent that actually justifies a difference in treatment. It's like I don't believe that there would be a justification in treating a baby as having less value simply because of it lacks rational agency. It still has the patiency that is inherent, that is metaphysically valuable or valued by us rational agents.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. Sure. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah, I think you're
Okay.
you're basically just saying as long as we see the sort of forms, um, in that creature that are valuable, um, that is certain types of things like rationality and sentience, and they mirror what we find valuable in our own rationality, then yeah, we should just draw some sort of symmetry between those and not treat them as anything less
Yeah.
or worse. I mean, sorry, less or greater than what we've attributed there. Yeah, that's fine. I think I agree with that. So, so you're basically saying it doesn't matter if animals can participate in the same type of rationality as Kant does, as long as they participate in something very similar to what is valuable, um, then then it's fine. But I think the problem with said Kantians is that they just don't participate in the series of things that they need to in order to participate in ethical discussions. But I mean, you might be right. I
Great.
mean,
Well,
that might just
that's a problem with Kantians then. I think a lot of the time.
yeah, probably. I mean, yeah. Because I do, I mean, there is something about obviously applying some of the categorical maxim that you mentioned earlier to animals too, instead of just sort of only attributing them to human beings. So, I mean, I think if I'm understanding you correctly, I'm pretty sympathetic to that idea. I mean, I'm pretty sympathetic to basically doing something like what you said. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that like one of the issues is that with Kantians, um, the value, like, their understanding of the abstract becomes non-grounded a lot of the time, which is why you end up with the noumenal phenomenal distinction, which I think Hegel has to kind of step in and resolve. And that's why I'm not a Kantian really, in the first place. I think it's too lofty and too abstract. I think that it leads to a place of inaction and an absence of knowledge actually. But
I don't know. I think I mean you might be able to just create certain types of reconstructions of the Kantian theory. I mean, there's a reason probably why Korsgaard is, doing animal ethics. I'm sure she's probably, I don't know, I haven't checked. I'm sure she's probably a vegan and she's managed to take the
I haven't
Kantian
actually checked that.
system.
I haven't checked that myself actually. I should probably look into that.
Yeah, because I'm sure she's managed to manipulate the Kantian ethical schemata to include animals as well. Probably for very similar reasons that you're giving right
Well, I
here.
think, I think Kantians and Hegelians end up like agreeing on like 90% of stuff. It's just like I think that especially later ones, like the issue is I think Kant and Hegel would have agreed on like some people even say that you can read Hegel into Kant, depending on how you read Hegel. I mean, depending on how you read Kant. I remember that was an argument given in university where people were basically defending Kant, saying like, "Look, man, Hegel was already there; he just died too soon," which is arguable in some respects, but
You mean
you
Kant
know,
just died too soon?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard those types of arguments. It's something that would probably require a shit ton of study to see the symmetries and asymmetries between Hegel and Kant. I do know that actually Sally Sedgwick does an entire book. I think I have it behind me, um, on what Hegel got right that Kant did wrong. And I do know that debate is probably coming to the forefront because you have a lot of Kantians right now who are just saying, like, look, the criticisms that the later German idealists gave of Kant are kind of shit. They're
yeah. I've
they,
seen
they don't
the,
work. Uh,
the thing is that I've never seen a bit of rivalry between like Kantians and like any idealist afterwards, but like especially Hegelians. Like it's like this like there's a like it's not like obviously malicious or anything. It's obviously philosophy. It's just academic, but it is fairly heated at times in some of the debates. Like even some of the articles you read, like it's like borderline insulting each other. Um, it's like okay, this is getting a bit spicy, guys. We're quite close. uh, but
so yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't read like I I haven't read like a super. I've read a good amount of literature on Kant and a good amount of secondary literature on Hegel. So I know that there is. I know there are debates, especially with people like the Pittsburgh School and their interpretation of Hegel. So I mean, you have Hegel, you have Brandam's Hegel, you have McDowell's Hegel, and then you have someone like Howgate's Hegel, or someone like Pimpin's. Is it Pimpin's? Maybe that's how you pronounce Hegel's as well. And the way that they introduce the science of logic, generally the analytic interpretations, is a very transcendental style. Um,
I'm very
transcendental,
sorry.
and the way that I see Howgate's interpretation of, say, the science of logic does not seem transcendental in the same sense. It seems to begin with things like indeterminate being, and then tries to show how indeterminate immediate being dialectically progresses instead of supposing that there is a structure and then trying to find the preconditions of that structure. It shows what the structure is and what it imminently develops into. So there's supposed to be a distinction in those two sorts of methods, and I kind of like the continental method a little bit more because I think it's unfortunately more right. As much as there are great ways of explicating Hegel through Brandam's project or McDowell's project, which I really sympathize with. They have like a certain type of language which I really like that does a very good way of explaining a lot of the sorts of
Obviously,
issues.
honestly, I found the language. Obviously, that's not what I'm used to. I found language in Brandon to be harder for me. Um, but then that's probably because of like just what I'm used to. But
Have
I
you
did
read?
feel for
Have you read David's?
trust.
Have you read Sellers' book yet? Empiricism and the Philosophy of Mind.
No, I've read Sellers as in like pieces of Sellers and mostly what Brandon has recommended a lot of the time. but not haven't read the full work.
You should read that
I'm
work, and you should get Deveros's guide to that particular work because he does an excellent job at sort of explicating it because it's a very, very hard work to understand. And then reading someone like Brandom is it's a lot. I wouldn't say it's easy, but I'd say it's a lot more manageable.
It's kind of like if you've read Hegel or something, and then you move on to Marx, it just makes it easier. Like it's the same sort of thing, and I think that there's nothing that can be. I think I liked how you said like get a reader's guide because I think a lot of people don't appreciate how valuable reader's guides are, and even like just to give you like a grounding for your interpretations. Like one of the things in university is like even for like for Heidegger, for example, is just pick up a Heidegger dictionary. Like, it's just like understanding that there are certain subject specific vocabulary, that the way that they're trying to, explain their points is, it's very specific to the author. And someone who obviously has spent a long time, like, I mean, like, I consider myself I'm nowhere near well read enough on Hegel to call myself, like, for example, a Hegelian expert, right? Like, I'm just not even close, right? I
I
like
mean,
Hegel. I
but who?
consider myself.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much our viewers. I'm sure a lot of them do. I mean, they're actually pretty smart. Some of the viewers that I've talked to might be even smarter than me. It's just like the amount of literature, the secondary literature that you have to read in order to be called a Hegelian expert is just so absurd. I mean,
It
you could
is.
have you could have an entire bookshelf basically full of their works and not be called a Hegelian expert or a Kantian expert. I mean, the history is so deep. You know, you don't have to read just Kant. You got to read the contemporaries. So you got to read Baumgarten, and you got to read Jacobi, and you got to read Hamann, and not just Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel and Kant. Although those are obviously the biggest four if you want to get into that type of tradition. And that's not to mention huge secondary works within
Say the
you know,
Hegelian left. There's the Marxist critiques of Hegel. There's like there's so
I'm
much.
not
Like
even
it.
getting into critiques, I mean, like, unless they're imminent critiques, but, I was just talking about the analytic camp,
Yeah.
people like
All right.
Geyer, Allison, Elias, and, I mean, those are some of the best interpretations I've seen of, or at least Elias's and Allison's the best interpretation I've seen of Kant. Anyways, that was kind of discursive, but I think I don't know. I mean, I think you made some convincing points on the notion of, or at least I kind of also stumbled myself into that critique myself about treating if you hold that as a categorical maxiom, that is, treat things as ends instead of a means to an end, and you apply that maxiom to animals, then I think you have to come to the conclusion that you did. And then the second best reply that I think you gave was like, look, even though there might be certain circumstances of where we have to kill creatures of some sort, bugs, if that's only in the case that they, in return, are treating you as a sort of means towards their end, and now they've kind of gone outside of this sort of mutual recognition that allows us to stop an enemy in front of us. And
Yeah.
there are circumstances of where creatures do become enemies in the same sense as you basically said, as just other human beings becoming our enemy when they want to uh, prevent our happiness and our own ends.
Yeah, and the important thing is to recognize that it's a normative issue, not necessarily a meta ethical issue. Obviously, the value within the agents isn't modified by their position. It's simply our values in the way that they are conflicting with each other
Yeah.
and our responsibilities to ourselves and others.
Yeah, so I think what I would have to do here is, well, first, I'm not going to do it now because I would have to prepare several arguments for why this would be true. But it would have to be to reject either the maxiom which you've brought up, or not attribute it to animals, um, and then take that Kantian approach. And neither of those two alternatives seems like something that I'd honestly even non-cognitively want to do. I'd feel if I did that, right, that would just be looking for certain types of ends that uh, would be contrary to the type of evidence that I would see in philosophy. So I'm more than happy to concede, in the discussion, that I wouldn't have anything else to say about not placing a higher or lower value, at least at this time. Although it seems very, at least some of it seems very counterintuitive that sometimes we should treat animals not on the same level. But I think those are for extrinsic reasons, as you pointed out at one point, which I also like the language between extrinsic and intrinsic. So I'm just trying to summarize what details I kind of like that you brought up. If we do make a distinction between intrinsic and intrinsic value, if extrinsic ends are the ones that cause us violence as human beings and we can stop a creature for those extrinsic ends, then there doesn't seem to be too much at stake at at the level of argumentation. I think you've made you think you've made convincing point there. So.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad I've tried. But I mean, obviously, and as well, like obviously, the cool thing about this conversation was even if I was wrong, and there is a difference, it doesn't mean that, again, like you said at the start, that the difference would justify like that, the mass slaughter of these creatures for, like, say, the trivial pleasures of humans and all that sort of stuff.
Well, yeah,
So
not animals, definitely. I, I, I would have maybe said bugs would have been okay because obviously have pesticides and certain things like that. But again, you offered an argument for that, so yeah.
and then obviously we've got to ask ourselves as well, like, why do we use these farming methods in the first place? And I think that ideologically, the only solution that we can kind of get is, I think it's capitalist drive to profit, reducing profit loss, and the unwillingness to take a loss in profits, even in the short term, for a long term benefit, even if it overall benefits the goal that the market should have, rather than just the overarching goal of maximize profit in every single scenario. So I think it's an ideological issue. Like, why aren't we going into hydroponics and vertical farming and other more sustainable methods of farming, which will ultimately benefit humanity as a whole, even if we were to take an anthropocentric view, preventing, let's say, pollution and like groundwater pollution. And so, I mean, 35,000 miles of river
I
in the
mean,
United States.
yeah, I definitely, yeah, that empirical fact is fine. I think that that's probably right. Although I do think there's definitely, I mean, you would admit that there's an underdetermination problem right there that you just mentioned. Obviously, people aren't not vegans because of capitalism exclusively, although it's definitely,
Oh, no, no, no,
yeah,
obviously not.
yeah. It's just a means
I
to
mean,
an end. Yeah,
even just the farming methodology, though. I mean, like, as in, like, farm methodology, the farming practices, rather. It's obviously not all going to be capitalism. There's going to be tradition involved as well, ways of life, so many different things. But one of the issues is that I think it's dogmatic. I think it's dogmatism. I think that we aren't moving towards like better technologies and away from an agriculture which is by and large unsustainable, even if we were to take an anthropocentric view.
yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean that's just there's a lot of things wrong with the capitalist mode of production. There's a lot of things wrong with how the capitalist mode of production happens to. I mean, even if we all change the ethos that we have right now, and um, tomorrow, for some reason, let's say 90% or 85% of Americans become vegans, right? There will just be other clever ways of capitalism trying to find out the forms of values that we have and then trying to exploit it as much as it can in the name of
Oh,
that system. Yeah.
absolutely. But
Yeah.
even things that people care about, right? So, like, for example, take snow leopards, right? The majority of the population don't want the snow leopard to die out because they think it's a beautiful animal. And so that doesn't mean that there aren't hunters who are hunting snow leopards because of the scarcity of the snow leopards now increasing their value. It's the same thing with like certain fish populations. That we'll find out they're actually going extinct. That they're getting fish to extinction, and so now there's a race to fish as many of them as possible, rather than cut back and try and sustain the populations. Capitalism promotes a race to the extinction so that they can have the last, fish and the last, like, cans of fish or preserved fish that they could sell for, X amount of value, which would be much greater because the scarcity is increased because profit's the only thing being considered. These things aren't necessarily a problem in the consumer. The consumer's not necessarily valuing the fish because of its scarcity. The value is that the value that's being perpetuated exists purely in exchange value and is ungrounded. And I think open to a Marxist critique in that respect.
You're okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're basically just saying that if you accept something like the labor theory of value and you do think that labor is valuable in and of itself, um, and the modern day capitalist is only caring about exchange values, then there's a sort of injustice being done in basically saying like, look, things only have their values in terms of exchange values, right?
Yeah, and
We
I
we
think there's
need.
also something to be said. Even if
I
we
mean,
take
there's.
value, even if we take even if we divorce Marx's positive theory of where the grounding of value, and we were to put something in its place, let's say the use value towards life, or the betterment of the general experiences of individuals and so on, rather than the subjective theory of value, then the exchange value within the market is still ungrounded. And I think that even if like we don't like even if we do accept the subjective theory of value, it's by definition ungrounded. So like I guess the whole point of what I'm saying is that like exchange is subjective, whilst value and the reason for human action is not. And that in ethics and economics, there is a divide between ethics and economics that needs to be tackled, I think, in today's society, that is it's causing so many issues.
Hmm. I mean, did you, with that last bit that you said, did you have anything strictly in mind when you say that you're just basically saying that we need to have an ethical system that is not purely grounded in exchange value, that we shouldn't just treat people as a sort of form of just exchange value, basically saying price, right? I mean,
Socialism.
how much they have
So-
price in the val in.
Socialism.
Okay.
Market. I'd probably go for like something like market socialism. But ultimately, as well, I do think that for it to be a socialist state, the market has to be restricted in certain aspects. It can't impede upon the like. For example, you can't sell people. For example, why can't you sell people? Why can't you have slaves? It's because slaves aren't a product. They're not a commodity. They're not an object to be bought and sold. They are the end. And so, understanding that the end of the market has to respect sentience, I would argue, is to understand that markets cannot be allowed to perpetuate harm upon other individuals without a justification. So let's say, there is a market, let's say for weapons, arguably. The only reason that we would allow a market for weapons to be continued is if the overall benefit of the market was for the greater benefit of the abstract right, as in it prevented wars or, prevented invasions or something like that. But ultimately, that the market should be responsive to an ethical obligation, rather than ethics always being put on the back burner to something like profit or whatever the market deems valuable.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, sure. That's just, yeah, that's a very socialist take. Sure. The idea of the idea of a completely laissez-faire, free market society that somehow both a doesn't play a role in the government and the government shouldn't have any influence on it seems like a complete fantasy to me. And obviously, you would want things to prevent prevent something like a free hand of the market from just taking place of where we do nothing, right? But I think most people, I think most economists agree on that.
Yeah, I
I,
think most do, even the capitalists. That's the
yeah, I
but
mean,
most of them end up advocating for a form of liberalism. I just
you'd be
think
probably
that doesn't
arguing from a
reflect.
form of, instead of top down economics, probably bottom up economics of some sort. So trickle up economics, like
I mean, I guess what I would primarily say the difference is, and the main thing that we need to consider is obviously this ethical grounding. But I guess the issue is that like within like when we talk about laissez-faire, for example, it's this understanding of freedom. What is a free market? Well, a free market would be the market in which individuals are freely able to associate with one another and expresses, a notion of human freedom. Everyone is respected in a fair way, and that's what Aristotle understood the purpose of government to be, to ensure a fair trade, and that's what I would expect the government to do as well, to
that's what
ensure the
every
fairness within
that's
the
what every
market.
good
Yeah,
that's what every good theorist, I mean, believes. I
I
mean,
would
look at
agree.
look at the idea, look at the concept of freedom and Kant. I mean, nobody who's in their right mind would say freedom is the ability to do whatever the fuck we want anytime that we want, right? Freedom is the ability to harmonize, and it has to be this: harmonize our preferences with the preferences of others, such that um, that mutual recognition and that harmony does not violate at least certain types of unconditional aspects of the other human being. That is, that they have some right to act within in accordance with their own happinesses and own desires. And so whatever laws that we have to make are obviously going to be a form of mutualistic in that sort of
And an
sense.
aspect of freedom then.
Yeah,
It's a respect of freedom itself by
this is
preventing other people from rejecting the foundation of freedom as subjectivity, like imposing and
right.
trespassing upon another.
Otherwise, positive freedoms, forms of positive freedom, wouldn't exist. Schools,
Mhm.
just I mean, any sort of law that creates a balance between two or more people wouldn't exist. I mean, you have to find ways of inhibiting other people's unconditional freedom. Um, I mean, yeah, I mean this, and you have more abstract versions of this, and I mean things like Hegelian philosophy and the master-slave dialectic. Obviously, a slave can't be satiated without a master, and a master without a slave. Although I'm not necessarily sure if I agree with Hegel completely, but even in these types of schemes, you have you don't have a notion of
Oh,
unconditional freedom.
uh, one second. Ah, damn it. I need to sort this out. I just accidentally put one of my users in a timeout, and I was trying to put somebody else in a timeout. Sorry, man.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry, so someone started putting like Nazi symbols in my chat.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Well,
uh,
that sucks.
well, I'm sorry, Sovereign Studies. I'm really sorry. I will. You'll time out. You'll time back in 300 seconds. It's fine. Sorry, I was listening, mate. I'm just gonna quickly just sort this guy out, my chat. Actually, let's just make sure it's. Yeah, actually, that'll be fine for now. Right, cool. Yeah, sorry. I just didn't want any SWAT stickers in my chat. Anyway, um, continue. Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I mean that's all I basically wanted to sort of end on that note on the thing that, or at least with reference to what you're saying before. I mean, I don't know if I believe that a that we should even have a market at all.
Oh,
Um,
really? Oh, that's interesting. That'll be a nice conversation to have in the future because I consider myself a market socialist.
yeah,
Um,
well, but I'm not, I don't have any sort of hard ties to market socialism. I also don't understand, and but perhaps because I'm just not educated enough, why supercomputers can't basically actively distribute certain types of resources where they need to be. I mean, we already
mm,
have really good
mm.
supercomputers in Amazon and Google, and we seem to be able to find out exactly what people need. There's also a
I
sense of
think
where,
I guess this is where I would say that the important thing to that the overarching goal is the respect is freedom itself and the ability to for rationality to produce ends which are able to be verified and falsified, and so the market allows us to basically distribute wealth in a way which can be seen as like, so for example, if an individual sees something as valuable to their life, um and so are willing to pay a certain amount for it, that can be fair. It's more about the distributionary methods involved that I have an issue with. It's not like, for example, how much people are paying or the reasons why they are paying for it. It's whether some people are being given the possibility of being economically exploited. And then I would also say that no one should have their basic needs frustrated. That the market, if it's in the benefit of human life, then the overall best thing for the market in the first place is the continuation of human life and sentient life in a way that is at least fair and just, in the sense that we do not allow people to not be able to participate fairly within the market environment, and we do not allow people to be unfairly treated in terms of not being able to access education, medicine, so on.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I mean. You mentioned medicine and healthcare. Sorry, yeah, healthcare and education, but I don't know what your stances on those two are. I mean, I would
National.
probably okay. Well, I guess I'm the exact opposite with respect to education being something that should be nationalized, and I would probably take something like if you've ever read someone like Ivan Ilyich, he basically advocates for sort of making education less bureaucratic and less in the hands of some people in the top who are either bureaucratic or technocrats and then evaluating on how we should basically do our education system, but rather have something like learning networks of where people either opt into or don't opt into depending on the various interests that they have. And these learning networks could basically specialize in certain types of areas. So if you're in philosophy, you could opt into learning networks that were exclusively made for philosophy, and you could legitimize these learning networks in the same way that you could legitimize a nationalized source. So I'm not really sure if I have and you could obviously, as far as I know, still create certain types of laws and ethics that would accommodate such learning networks. But I mean, Ivan Ilyich makes a pretty good case for why the types of institutions that we have right now in education are sort of morally bankrupt. I mean, in the way that they're structured, in the way that they seem to operate, how children seem to. I mean, I'm not completely against the idea that children need to be taught in a certain way by instructors, but the sort of power that instructors have right now seems to be, as both a psychologist, a moralist, an educator, and a parent, which seems like it's too much power.
Are you a
And
parent as well?
yeah, I mean, they are in a sense a parent while you're in school, right? Because they're going to tell you what you
Oh,
ought
I
to
thought you
do.
said you were a parent there. I was like,
Oh,
oh,
no,
I
no,
was
no,
like,
no, 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 I'm not a parent. No.
like, well, I think I'll go so far as to say that I do appreciate the idea of like removing like power structures which are unjustified. But then I'd say that you can have a justified power structure which would be fine. Um, and even in an anarchist or libertarian sense, minarchist sense, I would definitely reduce the power of the state. And I think free association is a good way to do it. But then overall, what I'm really seeing is that economically, the bill is paid by the class, that by the people who are in people who are capable of entering the market environment and benefiting from it, and that it is a compensatory measure that is necessary for the market environment to function. And so education must always be compensated by those who are producing value within society. And so basically, I'm saying that taxpayer bill. When I say nationalize, I'm not necessarily talking about the structure of it as much. Like, so for example, you could have it kind of like, I want to produce a school. Um, it's going to do X, Y, and Z. Um, it'll provide this minimum education in these subjects in order to make sure that these people are going to be in the market environment. Can I produce this school? Can I get funded? Yeah, okay. And then they're going to get regulated by an independent body. That will be fine with me. It doesn't have to be like government owned. It could be like worker owned. That would be absolutely fine, if not better.
Right. That's basically what I'm advocating for, some sort
Yeah.
of worker owned business model. Um, it would still be a part of some sort of. I mean, it'd still be bound by the same certain types of laws, as long as you have some sort of codified laws that are I mean, just. Um, but I do recommend reading that book, by the way. It has some pretty nice insights about how education in general has sort of failed us. And there is a sense of where I think education has sort of failed us in another way, in that we sort of cocoon our children in a 12-year institution that's run by strict schedules and strict regiments that I don't think are very useful for a majority of them. I don't think
Oh yeah, I
everyone
mean,
needs to. I don't think everyone needs to have PE class and health class and English class and math class and things like this.
all you
Um,
got to do is read Foucault for that as well.
yeah, I
This
mean
is what,
Foucault has I mean, and of course he's going to say the same thing, like, well, how are schools set up in the same way that prisons are set up? You got that
yeah,
bell, you got to
prisons,
go.
everything's a prison.
So sure, yeah, but I didn't want to go there. But it is true to a certain sense. I mean, you get 50 minutes in class. Some schools have an hour and 30 minutes in one class. Then you go to your next class, and all of these are obligatory. Obligatory. All of these have to be. You have to be there on basically on time, or you get punished. You get punished by the same people that educate you, who have supreme power, and you're cocooned in this institution basically from birth to until you're a rational adult at the age of 18. You go to outside countries, and the idea of treating people who are 15 or 14 years old in the same way that Americans treat their children, they wouldn't be called children at all. Their fathers wouldn't treat them like children. They would be basically working out in certain types of plantation fields or certain types of businesses helping them. I'm not advocating basically to
Child labor.
yeah, I'm not advocating for child labor necessarily. I don't know if helping your parents is the same thing as child labor,
Yeah,
but
true, true. And I think as well, like what you're saying is that it's more to do with how we are understanding individuals in the first place. Like we are sheltering them from themselves as well. Like we are giving them, we're not allowing them to express their autonomy. And I think Kant even says, the freedom is the prerequisite for the maturity to have freedom. And if we're not allowing them to have freedom in any meaningful way, then how are we
Right.
expecting to have adults in any ways that are
Right.
capable of mature,
Right. Yeah.
functional people? Yeah, and I completely
Right.
agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
and
that's the problem is the lack of autonomy given to young adults basically, and then treating them like children. And don't get me wrong, I'm not using this as a means to other certain types of laws, or I don't know, certain types of structures which show that younger people are obviously more immature and shouldn't do certain types of things, because
age
people
of
obvious
consent,
yeah,
so
because
on like
people
that.
get into all that bullshit later on,
Yeah,
and
unfortunately, I've had arguments with that as well. Yeah, I
um
think we both, yeah, agree with the age of
but I
consent.
mean, but their psychology is dependent upon how you treat them, because
Exactly,
there's no innate threshold of where you can act autonomously. It's going to be largely dependent upon how you're growing up and how autonomous you are, and how
there's a
divergent forms of thinking can make you excel in certain types of directions. But we don't even teach basic rhetoric or informal arguments in high school or
we don't
philosophy.
teach ethics. We don't teach any real critical analysis of reality at all. I think that's a very like, it's just absent from our education. I think the docility of man is certainly perpetuated by power structures which seek to self-sustain, and I think that like that's the same for every.
Well, they have
Uh,
to. They have to. I
ev-
mean, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, they have to in a capitalist mode of production, because who's going to basically make sure that that continues? It's the people that have money. It's the people who profit from capitalism, and therefore the types of moral. I mean, the types of moral norms, the types of institutional norms are going to be a byproduct of that, and that shouldn't be a surprise. I mean, this is the thing that Marx got absolutely right. You know.
yeah, and I think it's even I think there was people even before that as well, even pointing out that like the most one of the most dangerous things to I mean hell I think even Hegel points that out about like Socrates, except he's like, oh yeah, Socrates deserved to die. Um, and like, oh, he's an educated guy. He's asking the right questions that needed to be asked, but he's asking them at the wrong time, and so he needed to die for the benefit of the state. And it's like almost apologetic to the state. And I think that Marx is less apologetic to the state than Hegel. And I think that it's kind of like it's kind of this understanding that we do need to condition children, and I mean this in a way that like allow their psychology to um, be slowly introduced to certain freedoms throughout their education, and not give them freedom in like by throwing them into the deep end. Otherwise, we're going to have the reign of terror, but amongst secondary school children. But given them at the same time, a level of autonomy and allow them to develop and learn and conceive of the world in a way that would actually allow them to turn into mature adults and be able to be, self-sustaining. But then, I mean, that's the overall communist goal, wasn't it? At the end, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I disagree with like Lenin and Trotsky as a whole. I think they're full of shit most of the time, especially if in most of that books are propaganda. I mean, if you read something like I've been reading Terrorism and Communism, and like my God, like if there's anything that Trotsky was good at, it's propaganda. But the thing is that what I would say is that they are right in saying that the end goal of communism was the removal of communist parties of themselves. They understood that like and what disgustingly pragmatic apparent like in terms of the actions, but the ideological end was the fact that, let's say, no matter who it was would be capable of running the state. Now that might be a bit like abstract and like nonsensical in the sense saying that like all right, like you've got to be able to run the government, but I don't think that's what they meant. I think that the point was have the capacity to judge something as being justified or unjustified in relation to society's responsibility to each other. And I think that's something that like the Greeks understood as well. I think the Greeks understood that as primarily that you could not teach excellence and how to be a good citizen. And I think that these are the things that need to be developed through the autonomy of an individual engaged by themselves and given certain freedoms and allowed to progress in relation to life. And school really does, as you say, kind of cocoon people away from that. It does hide them away, and it just prevents them from having that engagement in reality. But like I think ideology does that as a whole, and not even just school. I mean, like one of the things I would say is like, for example, the dominant ideology of today, in relation to meat eating is that it's okay. And it's what a lot of vegans call carnism. That meat eating is natural, necessary, and normal, right? And I would say that this has cocooned us away from our moral responsibilities in relation to other sentient beings. And what we have is a population that are now becoming aware um, of this ideology and are starting to critique it and analyze it, whether it's agreeing with it and perhaps trying to defend meat eating or disagreeing with it. Either way, at least the question is now being asked. But but the worst part is that when people try to silence vegans in general, and I'm going to say this because I'm talking about Vosh right now, you absolute slimy git, you disgust me. The Stalinist way that you prevent people from talking about veganism on your server, I have screenshots of being told I'm not able to talk about veganism just because just like what is wrong with you? You are supposed to be a socialist, and yet you are actually making us out to look like vanguard communists. Anyway, the thing is, um, uh, it does disgust me when people actually prevent like free discourse, and that just shows like a vested power interest, and people like Vosh or like the government or any whoever it may be who are preventing free speech and the development of personal autonomy in relation to ethical questions and dilemmas are ultimately our enemy in this respect, as in they are forcing an unjustifiable power structure because they aren't allowing us to even generate reasons which would justify their existence.
Have you had a conversation with Fosh yet?
No, no.
You know,
he won't get
I
back.
had Vosh said he would have a conversation with me. Like, God, let me look. He said he would have a conversation with me in May. In May 24th. I'm still waiting on that conversation though. It's just like he says because he needs to invest a little bit more in philosophy that he didn't feel comfortable with having a conversation at that point. That might be why he doesn't want to have a conversation with you at this point as well, is because you have
Perhaps.
conversations with philosophers and they're just gonna have ways of arguing for anything. I mean, it's just like, but you do see it. I mean, like, it's really frustrating ignoring. I mean, and annoying to argue certain types of philosophers. I mean, especially the bullshit peddler philosophers that know fallacies and how to use informal and formal logic. Um, but
That's true.
yeah, but I hear what you're saying about Vosh
I
probably
think more
being.
like I wouldn't mind if it was like okay to even if he's not willing to speak to vegans himself, if he wasn't banning the topic on his server and moving it away, like it's like a shadow ban. Like he hasn't banned it entirely. He's just said no, you can't talk about it here. You have to go to this special area to talk about it. Which means if you're going to talk like perhaps one of the largest civil rights movements in human history, arguably. I mean, if we talk about even 1% of our populations, I mean, 1% of a population is fairly massive, and I think 7% up to 7% in the UK, which is a huge amount of individuals who are engaged in veganism, and yet we're being silenced in an area which is supposed to be perpetuating equality. I mean, the guy's a socialist. He talks a lot about trying to about ethical problems. We're not even allowed to talk about it on the server, which is I think I think that maybe it's because it's contentious. Um,
I didn't
but
even
then
know. I didn't even know that he's preventing
yeah,
vegan conversations.
yeah, I just think that's just a bit shady for me. And I just like to pull him up for that. But I mean, as I say, actually, funnily enough, I'm supposed to have a conversation with Destiny on socialism, but he's been like super busy anyway. But like he did agree, and then he hasn't gotten back to me. But I think everyone's been so busy as well. As well, it's hard to like even criticize because I'm terrible for getting back with DMs.
Oh
And
yeah.
like and I'm nowhere near as busy as these people. Like obviously, these have actual like shit going on.
I
Like,
think I think Destiny is just also getting kind of bored of philosophy. There's a certain interest that he had like 2 years ago, but now it's kind of diminished. And it's unfortunate because I do feel somewhat responsible for that shit show. I mean, that happened like 2 years ago because me and Rem tried to have a few conversations, and of course it didn't go well. It's really hard to give good explanations in philosophy with people who don't know anything about philosophy. And especially when you start disagreeing with other people in front of people who've never been introduced to philosophy, it seems like this sort of abyss that every person's position is relative, and nobody can hash out any sort of differences in
Yeah,
philosophy.
and it becomes this like incommensurable boundary where we're arguing over questions that don't have answers, and then we look like maniacs. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
uh,
we look
yeah,
like maniacs now. So
yeah. I know. No, like it doesn't matter what you do, really. I get that.
yeah.
Um,
No, I mean, start talking about any immaterial properties whatsoever, whether they're whether they're moral
uh,
properties, whether they're aesthetic ones. Like I
the
said,
scientific paradigm is rife. And don't get me wrong, I think we both agree with science, right? But like you talk about something that's not reducible to material, it's a mess.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there's a large confusion of what the fuck that really means. I mean, like I tell people that, I don't think the mind is reducible to the brain, but I think they have an identity theory. Does that mean I'm a materialist? I mean, kind of. I mean, in one sense, that I think
I
that everything
agree.
is everything is one, sure, and everything participates in the same causal sphere. But I don't think there's anything tacked on to the ontological structure of physical things that's not tacked on to the mind, and irreducibility theories aren't the same thing as forms of dualism, and people need to understand that, but they won't know it. But they don't know that, they don't know
Yeah, they
what.
start thinking that you're like platonic, or well, not even that. I think that you got to remember that the average everyday individual necessarily hasn't read Plato or anyone, and then what we're arguing about is perhaps like, like the nth degree of philosophy, and then you've got people who haven't done a philosophy class, a critical thinking class, haven't even been introduced to, any form of logic or even just a variation of political views. I mean, shit. I tried to have a conversation with a fundamental Christian once, and next thing I know, I'm getting told like one person was like really lovely to us, and I think they were just really nice people, like embodying the kind of like Christian compassion that I would like to expect from like a good Christian. Um, and
Mhm.
then the next one was like you're playing intellectual games, you're gonna burn in hell. And I'm like, whoa! I didn't sign up for this, man. Like, I just said to read Kant. Like,
Yeah, no, 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 I understand. No, I mean, luckily I've had some. Oh God, it just sucks living where I live because I'm in a very Christian. I'm in a very Christian state, but like I've managed to uh, be friends with a lot of, or at least a good majority, not a majority, but like a good chunk of my friends are Christians, and some of them are just like seriously, really invested into like theology, and or they would just be like a few that are just invested into scholasticism, and I just like some of their conclusions may seem morally repugnant, but they argue them like fairly well. That I just kind of, I sort of like give them the ground to be able to argue certain types of things because I can see that they're good human beings, and the end of the day, they're not going to really prevent anyone from, doing the things that they want. They just kind of fundamentally disagree with like things because of, what I consider faulty arguments, but they still argue for them well. Um,
yeah, that's it, isn't it? Like, I think uh, I think that like half the time is just appreciating that most people are actually going into it sincerely, and it's like I think it's what Socrates says, isn't it? Like everyone's trying to achieve like the good, they're just doing it in different ways. It's like everyone's doing their best. It's just a lot of the times like nobody actually is deliberately causing evil. It's a manifestation of ignorance more than anything, and I think that it's like understanding that when you're going into a conversation that most people when they're ideologically grounded in or ideologically like embedded into some sort of dogmatism, it's not that they're bad people. Like, you know what I mean, a lot of the time, like for example, like the people telling us that I'm going to burn in hell have been the people who are like the most concerned about me burning in hell. Like, you know what I mean, they're like, don't burn in hell, like you know what I mean, like please, we want to save your soul. And it's like, I get why you're like trying to tell us this, and I appreciate the sincerity and the virtue of that. But at the same time, you can't like obviously like there's times when you got to go like, okay, well, I'm gonna bring this back. Like, we definitely shouldn't
I mean,
hurt
how do
gays.
you
Leave gay people alone, please.
how do you how do you go about these sorts of things in real life? By the way, do you have people who basically you communicate um,
And
about veganism or about philosophy or about ethics? I mean, like amongst your friends, do your friends think you're kind of like a little bit cuckoo? I mean, some of my friends think I'm fucking mad, so.
Oh, absolutely. My friends
Oh,
think I'm absolutely fucking crazy. They were like, we're at a barbecue, right? And so I went to a barbecue as a vegan, and
I'm sorry, man.
they're nice enough to us. Yeah, but that's the thing. They're nice enough to us. Like I'm cooking set on. Like they're like, do you want to go first? Sometimes or something. Like you put your food on before we put our food on. They're just trying to be like, considerate of my lifestyle, but like, they don't understand necessarily why. Some of them do. Like one of them does, especially. And I think he's like probably like the if I'm like probably the one of the smartest ones of my friends. I think he understands really veganism to a good degree, but lacks like necessarily motivation more than anything. Um,
If I
but
tried to convince any of my friends of veganism, this just wouldn't work. Just wouldn't work.
well,
It
I
was
got mocked by one of my friends just straight away. Like it was just like that, but then again, like he was kind of like homophobic and kind of anti-immigration and stuff anyway. So like when you try and tell someone who's like socially fascist almost that you shouldn't hurt animals, it's like, right, well, if I can get through his head that you shouldn't hurt people first, then we'll get to that point. But
God.
you know
Oh, those are that's a weird friend. I wouldn't have. Well, I mean,
I wouldn't say friend
okay, as an
as much as
acquaintance,
like as acquaintance, yeah, but like
for sure. Yeah.
at
I
the
mean,
same time,
we yeah.
at the same time, like sometimes I wonder if he's just trolling us, like more than anything, because like I sometimes think he's just like taking the piss out of us. But at the same time, like I don't know. And like sometimes I think like sometimes he says something and then I catch him and I'm like, did you mean that? And then he's like, no, no, and then kind of pulls back. I don't know where he stands, so I can't really say it really. But at the same time, I know that I would never be able to convince him of a position of like animal liberation. And I know that, like, for example, even my family, when I first went to them, like, you know, we should be vegan. Um, I was at first met with like a bit of like laughter, but then like now my family are totally on board, like way more on board than ever before. Like my mom's a vegan. Like my mom at first she was like, oh, well, what about when you're not vegan? When I said I was gonna get like a vegan tattoo, and she was like, well, what about when you're not vegan? And they're like laughing. And then now my mom's vegan and like, on the side of like, we shouldn't be hurting animals and that we should be consuming vegan products and stuff like that. So people can change anyway. So like it kind of gives us like a faith in humanity that so many people are willing to go vegan, even though they're ideologically at first opposed to it. And like many of the people online, like so Joey Cobstrong, like he was like a criminal before he was before he went vegan and stuff. Um and then like I think like what's he called? Hench Herbivore. He was like a bouncer and violent towards humans, and now he wouldn't harm animals. And seeing these like ideological shifts in people does give us like a faith in humanity anyway, that we are capable of like rational discourse and changing our dispositions towards the overall right thing to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad you're. I guess leading also by example probably helps quite a bit. The only
You got to
person.
challenge the ideological norm, man.
I mean, what's that?
You got to challenge the norm. Like you got to challenge the norm.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. There's a certain sense of where, yeah, by practically doing something, you're gonna dispose people into doing other things, and I think dispositional truths. You know what I mean by dispositional truths tend to be larger motivators than any sort of theoretical or ethical principle. So, but I
I
hear
think
you there.
yeah. But actually, on to the point of whether you're going vegan. You said you tried it out. You said you tried. So I'm assuming that's like the diet and maybe some parts of the lifestyle. I'm assuming like you understand. Like obviously, you don't go to a zoo. You're not supposed to fund zoos. You're not supposed to you're not fund any form of animal exploitation or cruelty. Um, do you think you would be on board with that?
it's like uh, it's like a it's like having a Mormon basically at my front door, basically asking me, here's the good news. Is that something that you wish to accept right here at this point?
Yeah. Would you? What would it take for you to accept Jesus into your heart right now?
Yeah,
What would it take for you to go vegan
yeah,
right
yeah,
now?
yeah. I mean, basically, it's a hard question. I mean, I could certainly try if that's the type of answer that you're looking for. Um, uh, as
I'm
I've
looking
told
for
you
the
before,
truth.
it is definitely. What's that?
So I'm looking for the truth. That's
Oh yeah. If you want the truth, probably not off of this conversation alone, and then tomorrow it's gonna occur. But I will tell you what. Um, I would probably take some in the near future some effort to study some vegan ethics or just animal ethics in general, and that would probably dispositionally tie me over into doing it as a real life concern, because that's ultimately the problem is, dispositional tendencies that have to be overcome. So it's a sort of psychological matter, as much as it is as an ethical as it is something that's just kind of an ethical principle. And it's unfortunate because people use these arguments against philosophers as well. Like, if you're committed to moral realism, then why aren't you doing this and this and this and that stuff? But they're missing the point in one way, and they're not missing the point in a sort of practical way, I guess. So, but yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
the thing.
I could make some deals with you. Maybe next month I'd give it a shot and read some animal ethics, and then you could check on where I'm at.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was just gonna say, like I was gonna say like Veganuary's on right now, and they have lots of like resources and stuff. If you're interested in that, and then also I'd recommend watching maybe some documentaries on like the animal like agriculture business. So like for example, if you've ever seen like Earthlands, Land of Hope. Wait, you're are you American, aren't you?
No, I mean, I live in America, but I'm not. I wasn't born in America.
All right, no, that's fine. I mean, just the industry that exists, like where you are. That's why I was going
Yeah,
to recommend. So, Dominion. Oh no, that's is that Australia? Does anyone in chat know which documentaries represent? Is it Earthlands that's representative of the United States? I think Earthlands is great. I think it does most of the world anyway. If you check out Earthlands, that is a really good documentary which will show what goes on in animal agriculture. Um, and obviously I have like, even if you were interested in the human side, I've got a video called like Working in Hell, which will express what happens to slaughterhouse workers and the damage that actually psychologically happens to them. um that's another thing I would maybe recommend. And then um what else? I would say if you're looking for the environmental impact, look at things like Cowspiracy and what's the other one? And then I would say for like health, even like What the Health and Game Changers, like all of these documentaries are like really useful. Like they kind of give you like an overall they'll help with motivation, because like obviously they'll be made with something like Monroe's motivational sequence and something like that anyway, and ultimately have a grounding of able to inspire a motivational kind of change within the individual. But also they're also providing information and footage of the horrors that are actually occurring. So one of the biggest things is the cognitive dissonance between ourselves and our actions, in relation to how they're changing the world. And the consequences of our actions are really divorced away from us. I mean, I don't have to say that, like, obviously the fact that you get to a supermarket and you buy like prepackaged meat, or you buy like a burger or something, it doesn't show any of the horror that's kind of went into it. So
sure.
like what I would say is just like try and expose yourself to the horrors, and so that you're able to understand that when you do go and buy those products, that is the result. It's like imagining if like you're buying a product which was directly, like if it was humans for example, and you could go and see the place that the humans were being mistreated, you would disagree with it. And I think that it's the one of the biggest motivators for me was seeing the footage of animals. And I think that it particularly, I have like certain images of animals being hurt in my head that motivated us throughout my early journey of veganism. Even just seeing like cows struggling and stuff like that, like in various documentaries and stuff, like chickens and things like that.
What was the
Um,
documentary that you just mentioned? What was the name of it?
Earthlands, I'd certainly recommend.
Because
Uh,
Ask Yourself recommended the documentary Dominion 2018.
Dominion is another good one, yeah. Dominion and Land of Hope and Glory, if you're from the UK, and anyone else watching this is representative of the UK.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, So, I mean, which one did you want me to watch? I mean, I'll watch one of these.
Earthlands, I would say. I think because Dominion's Australia, but
Okay. I'll put it on my watch list.
yeah. Obviously, just let us know how you're getting on. If you need any help, if you do decide to do it, just let us know. I'm sure, like, there's a whole community as well on my Discord that would be more than happy to help. Um, one of me anti-vegan friends is saying that he'd talk to you. Shadow Starshine, he's in chat. He's actually quite a smart guy. Quite smart. Not smart enough to be vegan yet, though. Um, Sorry, I'm just winding him up. But no, he's a good guy. He's also one of my mods. He'd probably want to talk to you. He's saying in chat. But
Well, I mean,
he's a anti-realist as well. So
well, I mean, one of the things that I hate doing, in particular, is right after a conversation where I'm saying, I'm convinced by this, is seek out motivations to fulfill my non-cognitive biases.
exactly, exactly.
It's just
I would recommend not chatting to him and watching Earthlands. I know you're not anti-vegan, Shadow. I know he's just anyway. Sorry. But I definitely recommend like seeing Earthlands, and I think that, to be entirely honest with you, like your framework from what you've always said, like what you said to me even before we started the conversation, aligns yourself with the fact that you already agree that it's wrong, but you lack motivation. So if you're struggling with motivation, I'd just check out the documentary.
okay. All right.
But
Did you?
thank you for the conversation, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Did you want to talk about anything else in philosophy, or did you have to cut it short here, or?
I don't have to cut it short. I have to go and do some work for me course that theme, but I don't have to do it just yet anyway. I wouldn't mind like a minute, like a couple of minutes break at least, just to go to the toilet though.
Okay, then
um,
we could have an
yeah,
intermission.
yeah, intermission. Cool. Right, be right back, guys.
All right. Be right back, guys. I'm gonna put myself to BRB mode. One second. Okay, cool. I'm back. I did not
Welcome
know
back.
that you had your camera still on, so I was like playing the piano in my background. I just, except I just now got a piano, so I can't even play it. So
All right. I can't play anything. I used to be able to play a saxophone a little bit, and I wouldn't mind learning again. But
well,
not not.
I played the piano. Sorry, I played the violin a while back ago. So I gotta
That's pretty fucking good, man. Violins are not easy.
yeah, it was. It's very easy to fuck it up. That's for sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay, back. You said you wanted to take some questions, basically.
Yeah, shall we take some questions from like my and your audiences?
Sure. Yeah. So, audience, if you guys want to ask any sort of questions, let me know.
Yeah, same. If anyone has a question for either me or Marty or both of us, leave it in the chat. Obviously, if you want to super chat or like donate, that'll be great for the channel, and also we'll answer it first, really, because this is capitalism, and I don't make the rules.
It's unfortunate how we're a slave to our audience.
Absolutely, no, that's like I get sad. Like sometimes I think that actually I was funnily enough, some of the pure philosophical videos have actually done better on my channel, but the videos that always do the best are like a response in terms of growth or like a collaboration. So like if I was to collaborate with Cosmic Skeptic, that did really, he shared that, so that was different. But like responding to Destiny did really great. Responding to Vorsh did great. But then I'm like, when I'm like in the background, I'm like, but I want to do something on ethics. like, you know what I mean? Like something abstract. And obviously, I think the market is just keeping us in line to some degree and maybe just making stuff relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I know that feeling. There's just no way that process ontology or action theory in philosophy is really marketable, and action theory and epistemology and metaphysics and ontology are like my favorite subjects in philosophy. It's actually the biggest questions, like how do you prove moral realism, or how do you prove that the mind is irreducible, I think are some of the most annoying questions that I hate talking about, but the audience love talking about it and other people love talking about it. And I think a lot of Discord members love talking about it because it's so easy to argue for moral subjectivism or relativism. So yeah,
It's unbelievable how rife moral subjectivism is.
for sure.
Um, and even like Fourier skepticism. Am I
Yeah.
saying that right? No, it's just I don't who you know what? Not in academia, not in academia. Mm-mm. At least not in my experience. But whatever.
So what I have a question. I guess this is kind of for you more than me. In my chat room was, what do you think of ethical meat eating when animals have a good life and are slaughtered in a humane way?
I'll probably take the Earth and N approach and just say, what do you mean? And an almost analytic, I think, approach. What do you mean by the word humane? Because humane, if it means to be benevolent and compassionate to another being, there's nothing benevolent and compassionate by slaughtering them. It's an oxymoron. Humane slaughter doesn't make sense. There's no such thing as humane slaughter. You're not considering the interests of the patient, of the moral patient. You are considering your own interests, the value in slaughtering them. To birth an animal in order to slaughter and justify doing so because it will have some manner of life is just using using an animal as a means to an end, but then treating it as it has moral value only so far as it doesn't conflict with your value of your interests and your preferences rather. So what I would say is that consider the animal as an end in itself. If you do so, you'll see slaughtering it is unjustified, and yeah, that means that we shouldn't be birthing animals into existence that are ultimately going to be killed if we cannot sustain their existence independent of an industry which would kill them.
Are you okay, by the way, with eating meat that from an animal that just recently died? You're okay with
Um,
that, I'm
like,
guessing, right?
like a roadkill or something, yeah, no, that's fine. That's like, I mean, probably worst thing for your health more than anything. It's
Well,
but
I mean,
it's the
not a roadkill, but a recently deceased animal, or one that's like in immense suffering. It's immensely suffering. I guess, you know, are you okay with like euthanasia? I guess I'm asking for with animals and
Well,
then eating
I have no
those.
problem with euthanasia for humans either.
Yeah.
That's what I have problems like in terms of like obviously we shouldn't do it, but it's even the same thing. It's like let's say there was a death ritual, like the Polynesians. I think Polynesian tribes had death rituals where they'd eat each other as a sign of respect. I don't think they were unethical for eating each other after they died. The real ethical issue comes with the diseases that would be perpetuated by the cannibalism, and even like the meat eating with in relation to atherosclerosis. But there's no issue with actually consuming meat. It's not the actual practice of eating meat. It's the practice of causing harm to another sentient being. Um, let's see if there's a question on my side. Um, so Marty, is it true that you are a big fan of T Jump?
That's funny, dude. Yeah, huge not fan. I think the things that T Jump is saying could quite possibly be some of the most erroneous, dumbest shit that I've ever heard in like philosophy takes ever. So yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like you did point out, or like if you check out on like Marty's comment on my discussion with T Jump, it's just you just listed all of the stuff he was saying, just and time stamping it.
Yeah, so that's funny. Let's actually. I wanted to go. I wanted to look at those quotes real quick. So this is just just people watching T Jump and who are watching this stream, just so they get a perspective of the things that T Jump says. Um, so, all right, what were they? Oh yeah, science doesn't use deduction; it uses induction. These are verbatim, I think. You don't need other minds to form a language, and this was in conversation with perspective philosophy about the rule following argument, and then he basically concluded that he didn't know what the rule following argument is. Then he basically said the rule following argument is the same thing as Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Then he said,
That's true of all knowledge.
hold on. And he said, if a bachelor is an unmarried man, that's not true. That's analytic because that's how I used it. So he doesn't believe that analytic truths are truths. The concept of tall is completely subjective. Um, I don't know why relational truths are completely subjective. He thinks that goodness can be reducible to the releasement of immoral particles and moral particles, and that we can measure immortal particles, immoral
That one
particles.
was strange. There's an
Uh,
object which is the good, which will release a moral particle. Like, yeah, that was something else.
he believes in the idea of circle squares existing and 2 plus 2 equals 5 in some possible world. Of course, how you define possible world means just things that don't logically contradict, and these things logically contradict.
Yeah, I
Uh,
also believe that possible worlds include places
uh,
where there are no negative consequences for your actions, even though they would necessarily follow from your actions. Oh, sorry.
I think the worst one was just that he basically was okay with the idea that it's morally impermissible to stop a child from playing around with a electrical socket, and that we shouldn't prevent them because in some possible, the best of all possible worlds, they can do that in some sort of machine that allows them to do whatever the fuck they want. It's very odd though. That's he has some extremely odd positions. Extremely extremely not well researched positions. So yeah. Anyways, it's funny though. So
Yeah. Do you want to go for another one, and then I'll have one for you.
what do I do? So this is a question. What do I do if I have a mosquito bothering me? This is actually a question that you've already kind of answered. He actually doesn't threat my well-being much, but is just a minor annoyance. Okay, okay. So it's a little bit different. Can I be justified in killing him?
I mean, obviously, I like that you used he, for example. Obviously, male mosquitoes. I mean, I don't know how you'd be able to tell. Like, male mosquitoes can't give you malaria, from what I'm aware. Um, so like, obviously, you're not at risk of like death. But let's say it's just a minor annoyance. You're in an area that doesn't have mosquito like malaria. Um, I would say that the reality is that you should do your best to prevent it. But then, if you do get bitten, you shouldn't kill it. If I'm honest. use things like lemon eucalyptus to prevent yourself from being bitten. Apparently, they don't like high levels of B12 in your blood. So take a B12 supplement. Yeah, mosquito nets and so on. But like, I would say that try and avoid killing them if you can. Like, if it's just a minor inconvenience, consider that you'd be ending a being's life for the sake of your own preference, whether it's a negative one or a positive one.
You can go ahead and ask the next question if you want from your chat.
Yeah. So, somebody said, I think it was question mark. I think I've lost it. It was for you. Do you have any philosophy YouTubers that you would recommend?
Oh, uh, it's. I mean, I do like. I don't like his political takes, but I do like Kane B's takes on the philosophy of science quite a bit. I think he's very knowledgeable. I, of course, like cuck philosophy, and who doesn't like cuck philosophy? He doesn't seem generally too interested in giving an analysis of things like normative theory or epistemology or theories of justification. He seems to be more oriented towards critical theory and showing what what the ramifications of capitalism are, what the ramifications of, like, say, poor reasoning in Jordan Peterson, or what the Sokol affair is entirely about. And he did a pretty good video on the Sokol affair and why that's just sort of really silly. And he basically said something like, I mean, one of the reasons, but I think the major reason of why we shouldn't consider the Sokol affair really to be devastating in terms of it not objecting towards, sorry, it not being a really good takedown argument against all of continental philosophy is because it's just one article that managed to get itself into a continental journal and legitimized itself into the continental journal. But we have all sorts of medical journals, we have all sorts of scientific journals that allow poor allow poor entries to take place in it. And so we have, and especially neuroscience, where, like, I think like 40 or 50% of the articles are like really just dog shit, just like just bad articles, basically, from people who needed to finish their PhD degree, so they lied. And I mean, especially in the heart of the COVID crisis, we know how much medical information can also be false. But it's not like we advocate for getting rid of medical journals or anything like that. So I mean, like, I like those two. I don't like the big ones so much. I don't like Philosophy Tube that much. I don't like School of Life, mostly because I think they don't. I don't think they're nuanced enough. So yeah, I mean, that would be my opinion on it.
What about have you seen Philosophy Overdose?
I haven't. I've heard you talk about that. I put it on my watch list, but I literally just heard you talk about that like 2 or 3 days ago, and so yeah.
Honestly, genuinely magnificent, I think, just because it's just real philosophers, like, I mean, like the big names, you know what I mean, like talking about like various, like, just watching Gadamer talk about Heraclitus, man, like, honestly, be still my heart, you know what I mean. It's just great. Like, that's the kind of thing that I probably lean towards. But yeah, I think, like, I haven't really watched too much Cook philosophy, actually.
There's some really good, nice videos. I mean, the style that he makes his videos, or the form that he gives to his videos, I think is a good way of generally having convincing points, attracting the audience, and not being too lengthy, because we know that the audience members generally don't like seeing 3 or 4 or 5 hour videos unless it's live and you have a spicy conversation with someone.
Yeah, it's got to be spicy, man. It has got to be spicy. It's got to be like screaming at each other like, you don't understand.
Yeah, I think that maybe some people were expecting that to be this. So it's just...
we're far too civil for that. Like, I don't think that. I think it would have to be like one of them would have to go through a car crash or something. But yeah, I was also actually, is it it's your turn now? Actually, I think, yeah, it's your chat's turn. Oh, actually, 1 second. It was Kane B. King was the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, that was just for a question mark there.
Yeah.
Continue, sorry.
Yeah, he has shit takes on political. He's a libertarian, so he has really bad takes there. But I mean, just like I just don't understand it. It's just like there's such a large asymmetry between his political beliefs and then just how good he is on just being able to dissect like the moderns and the philosophy of science. It's just ridiculous, and how like just it's like he uses, it's exactly what you'd expect. It's just like from a doctor to use, like precise blades. But it's just like when it gets to philosophy, it's like the Zoidberg of doctors. So, um, anyways, I don't mean to take a jab at him. I think he's brilliant. I mean, just in certain lights, it's not like I'm that brilliant. I don't think I'm even that brilliant or anywhere fell worst in political theory. Honestly, I mean, even in all philosophy, I humbly admit that many people know way more about it than I do. So, have you or anyone in chat explored the ethics philosophy of responsibility sourced meat viability versus pure veganism? I'm not sure what that means. Do you know what that means?
No, could you say that again? Just so that.
Yeah, I think the responsibility of source meat viability versus pure veganism here. I'm not sure
Yeah,
what.
like, I'm assuming he's talking about like free range, grass fed, organic kind of like ethical quote unquote meat. I'll just say that at the end of the day, like there's no need to consume any of it. So if it's harming someone, which it is, there's no reason to consume it. I mean, if you're talking about, let's say, lab grown meat, for example, that doesn't exist yet, and at the minute they still have to take cultures from animals, which is better obviously than the alternative right now, which is murdering them, but it's still not good. You can just eat plants, and I suggest just eating plants, and you can live a happy, healthy lifestyle. I think someone's bought a drum kit. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
I can't.
Okay, good. Thank God the SMB is doing this job. I'm really glad I don't have a condenser microphone. My God, I could hear it through the headphones. These are like noise canceling headphones. Like, and I can just hear like someone just full on like going for it on a drum. Anyway, um, um, my fucking God. Anyway, it's 1 a.m. What the fuck?
Oh boy. Are you in an apartment complex?
No, I'm not. I'm in a flat, but like there's other flats. But Christ, I'm gonna be 2 seconds. If you just
Sure, I'll just answer some questions from my
yeah, just
thing.
answer some questions. I'll just be 2 seconds.
Sure. So one of the questions, God, is have you ever written anything that we can see on YouTube, or can you link it? One of the types of papers that wrote, um, I did a kind of, I didn't read out of it, but I did a video, and that's on my YouTube channel, which was about process ontology. So an introduction to process ontology. And one of the things I like talking about, but don't really have too many opportunities, is talking about process ontology instead of, say, object oriented ontology. So just a shift away from objects, talking about objects to processes, and I kind of went over that video there. As for other papers, I mean, I incorporate a lot of what I say from my papers to layman's language while I'm discussing certain types of things with, certain friends, and then I just also teach college as well, and I talk about some of the ideas that I hold. Um, so here it is. What is the fine line between killing creatures and non-killable Okay, he's just asking which creatures are non-killable and which creatures are killable and what is the fine line. But I think you would say something like there is no fine line between ones you can and can't kill. We should just not kill anything that has sentience.
Yeah, I would basically say that, and I would say that obviously the times when we can and are justified on killing them isn't based on their species or anything like that. I mean, if you're talking about obviously there are animals arguably that aren't sentient, like urchins, some sea urchins. I think was it not sea urchins, like oysters. I think clams kind of thing. Oysters aren't supposed to have the neurological complexity to be sentient. Like the fine line kind of cases where it's like, does it have the neurological complexity to be or like have any conscious awareness? I like to just err on caution. I think the moral hazard of the situation is justifies us enough to say like eat something else. Overall, getting the products in the first place is usually detrimental to the environment and other animals anyway. So um, yeah, just don't consume animal products.
Unless you wanted to do one from yours, I got another one probably. I mean,
Yeah,
I got several, so yeah.
I think Sovereign Studies sent some there, and I saw loads of them, and I've lost track. So if you got one, Sovereign Studies, just send that through. In the meantime, just because I was going to give him one because he asked loads. But yeah, just drop them in the chat, and we'll continue with yours. Sorry.
Here's a question. Many studies in human evolution show that we've evolved as omnivores. What further evidence have you come across to show that by completely cutting meat out of our diet is good for all ethnicities and genetic backgrounds?
Well, I mean, there's a 3% genetic difference between humanity as a whole, and that's aesthetic anyway. In terms of our nutritional needs, like races and ethnicity is not going to be an issue. Like we don't perform different heart surgeries on people from China. It's a kind of nonsense to talk about it like that. Um, in terms of our overall nutritional needs, everything can be met, and we've got organizations like the British and American Dietetics Associations, which argue that a vegan diet um, it can be appropriate for all stages of life and can be even used to treat some diseases. And one of those diseases is atherosclerosis, and we'll have the mechanistic data and the clinical data, I think, to show that. What else I was going to say is, like in terms of a vegan diet being more beneficial and healthier. There's the Adventist studies, for example, which shows uh, I think that vegans had the lowest risk of chronic disease of any group. Not the highest longevity though. That was actually the pescatarians. But then obviously there's mitigating factors in that if the chronic disease was actually the lowest in that, and it obviously depends on the diet of the particular group. But if you even look at like other more like the blue zone populations, most of them are consuming an almost a exclusively plant-based diet. Like for example, the Okinawans ate very little animal products, living to an age of into the hundreds even. 1% I think of their diet was animal products, while 60% of their diet was sweet potatoes. If you look at the nutritional needs of a human, everything can be met with a plant-based diet. And even if you are worried, you can supplement. You can supplement, let's say like B12, for example, which I'd recommend. But you can also supplement whatever you want, like omega threes, if you wanted like DHA. If you want a DHA and you were worried that you were one of those very few people that struggles to synthesize, I think is it LA, is it LAA, AHA? I think AHA and DHA. But yeah, like there are numerous studies. I'd say the Adventist vegan ones is probably one of the largest ones that shows the benefits of a vegan diet in terms of chronic disease, though.
Okay. Do you want to move on to the next question?
One second. One second. Um, this is from Sovereign Studies. Right. I recently read an interpretation of Kant that argued that this jurisprudence would be justify punishing rapists with rape in the same sense that murderers are punished with death penalty. Does this reading of Kant hold up, and if not, why not?
Do you want me to answer that one?
We can both have a go.
can you type out that question for me real quick on under my PM just so I can look at it? It was kind of hard to understand that one. Someone's asking me about Gregory Sandler. Okay, I recently read an interpretation. Oof. God, that's a tough question, man. I don't I don't see why you would have to advocate a form of jurisprudence that would advocate for raping a rapist. I don't see what we can get out of Kantian philosophy that would 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 warrant that. Is the idea that we should is the idea that we should like universalize their punishment in accordance with their action? I mean, are you understanding that question,
Well,
Lewis?
I guess I would probably say that I would say that a good reading of Kant would probably reject it because the action itself should be universalizable, and if it's universalizable, then it shouldn't like as a punishment, and it would be unjustified. Um, in terms of maybe intensity, I think maybe the action itself would be illogical and should never be committed, depending on how we read Kant.
Yeah, that
And
gets
then
into
and then maybe I would also say that Kant also does argue that vengeance was it that what's it what's it called that like humans have a natural need, I think, for vengeance is what he basically says. So maybe but I don't think a good Kantian would probably be arguing that, if I'm honest. Not at least I've never heard of a Kantian taking that position.
yeah, that's a very weird position. It's a very weird question in general. I'd have to see this article and what. I mean, I mean, there's also just a lot of political work from Kant that I haven't read. I've only really read one political piece from Kant, so.
True.
Let's see. Can someone point me to a link or explain why cock philosophy is what cock philosophy is? Google isn't giving me much. Um,
It's a YouTube channel.
yeah, it's you could YouTube cuck philosophy and it's just a YouTube channel of some dude giving very
Got a
um
lot of
yeah, giving like kind of takes in critical theory mostly.
He's got a lot of subs, so he should come up like pretty easy. You should be able to find him.
He became pretty big when he did that K-pop video. That's what really got him. Um, Someone's asking me, would you do more political content and engage with BreadTube creators to grow the channel? I'm not sure what BreadTube is. Are you familiar with that?
I've heard the term, but like I think like I'm not actually sure. Is that like are you talking about like the is it not socialist YouTube?
Yeah, it looks like when I'm looking at it, it has a lot of self-proclaimed socialist thinkers. No, it has just a lot of political thinkers. Yeah, it's a term used to refer to a loose group of online content creators who make content explaining or giving editorial opinions from socialist, communist, anarchist, and other left-wing perspectives.
Yeah, I
Okay.
thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Like,
So they think communists are left wing. So
well, I think it depends on what we define as communists, doesn't it? If they, we just need to get rid of the fucking tankies. My God, just stop it. Just stop it, please. You're just hurting us now. I didn't even realize these people still existed. I thought we'd really gotten past that. It's only until you come online that you hear these positions, right? I have never met anyone in real life that's like, oh yeah, I really think that we should have a radical revolution and just kill the upper class. It's like, oh my God, like people trying to justify the like Maoist government in China, like, well, if we can call it that still, but like, like trying to justify the Communist Party, like the Chinese Communist Party and their actions and stuff. I'm not, who anywhere else but like the spheres you exist in online like would not would not try and justify these behaviors. Like it's just absolutely mental. Yeah, bread tube is left tube. I thought it was just another name for left tube. That's cool.
Okay. I could have swore, and I need to look more into the history of this, but I think because Marx got a lot of his political ideology, because a lot of his political ideology was derivative off of Hegel, he would have considered himself more of a conservative than a liberal. So,
Somebody said one sec actually. Somebody said Alex O'Connor recently said that he is not a humanist. So as it doesn't encompass animal rights or veganism, it would need to be called sentientism for him to follow it. What are your thoughts about this? Well, I think that kind of misses the point of humanism, which is actually really in relation to the divinity within humanity and ethical action. Like it's to become the likeness of God almost, in the sense that we're moving towards becoming a more like if we're taking like a Hegelian humanist interpretation or something, or a humanist interpretation of Hegel, like moving towards absolute spirit would be the movement towards becoming the perfect ethical agent. Saying sentientism or something like that would be nonsensical, because the whole point of it is to become the best rational ethical agent you could possibly be, and that's what we are moving towards and being pulled towards in terms of our overall ethics. And yeah, like I would say that's absolutely fine, and actually a really lovely position to hold for the most part, and has nothing to do with sentientism. Like the fact that like how a divine being would approach moral patience is relevant. Like animals are very relevant in that, and so I don't know why Alex necessarily wouldn't agree with it. So yeah, I can't speak for Alex, but yeah. Do you want anything to add on that? Or
I don't know enough about Alex's O'Connor, or care enough about Alex's O'Connor. Is it?
he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, but
I'm sure he
he's an
is.
atheist. He's an atheist and stuff like that. So I thought it just because I saw that question pop up about 3 times. Oh,
I think what kind of rubs me the wrong way, and maybe this is
I
unfair.
Marty goes, "You'll forever be my hero."
sorry there.
I don't even hear what all that was.
I'm going to say his name wrong again, but it was Curler Q, and I'm very thankful for the donation. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, yeah, Curly Q comes into my channel as well pretty often. Yeah, I guess one of the things that I know you're friends with them, and that's cool, and I'm sure they're really nice people if I got to know them. They seem a little bit more reasonable than people like the other people that we've talked about. But like with a name like Rationality Rules or Cosmic Skeptic, anything with the word rationality in it and anything with the word skeptic in it just like drives me insane. It's just like, okay, I know where this is gonna go, right? I know this is gonna go on to basically forms of skepticism, and a certain type of form of skepticism that is just skeptical just to be skeptic, like just a very negative thesis. And
yeah, I was actually going to
idea,
pull skeptic up on this because he's not a skeptic; he's a philosopher.
yeah.
Makes too many positive claims, man. Like makes far too many positive claims than to be a pure skeptic.
Yeah, I wonder if a name change is possible for him at this point, to where it would to where it wouldn't be a bad marketing strategy for him, because I'm sure these guys get way more money from YouTube than we will ever see in our lives at this point. Maybe not as much as Philosophy Tube. But I just like some of those types of names just kind of really throw me off. It's like it's like what's that? God, I'm trying to remember anything with skeptic and rationality in it. I've seen some other YouTube podcasts that are like that.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I think Rationality Rules and Cosmic Skeptic are probably the best out of that community by far. I think Rationality Rules takes a very he's very self-taught, and he approaches it via like obviously like logical fallacies and stuff like that. And he's a bit too naturalistic for my takes, in terms of like always relying upon evolutionary like takes and stuff like that. But ultimately, not only is he a really nice guy, but I think he's intelligent and made some starkly similar meta-ethical position as me and you, without having any kind of formal education, which I think is quite impressive. But then if rationality rules, then why aren't you vegan yet, even though you accept that it's the morally superior position? I don't understand. Anyway, So, but the other than that, that's the only thing I could say. I think that a nice guy. I think out of the community, they're both
This is
philosophers. I would consider them.
this is kind of like your shtick, calling people out for not being vegan. Well, you know, if you're so rational, man, if you're
But it's,
skeptical of unethical things, then why aren't you skeptical of, you know, meat eating? Like, come on,
but he's
what's going on?
he's already accepted that it's wrong, from what I'm aware, and that he shouldn't be doing it. So it's more of like, why haven't you made the shift yet? He's talking about like, like that sort of thing. So it's like, if rationality rules, then he should follow his own principles. I want to see that an end to such hypocrisy. Stephen, come on, Stephen.
If he's even listening into this conversation.
Oh, I know that I popped into one of his videos the other day, and he was like, "Oh, I saw you've been on Reddit and stuff," and I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "Nice." I was like glad that he's seen it, and yeah, like it's one of those things like he's a nice guy, and I've got a conversation actually to go up between me, him, and Alex. They foolishly try to defend Descartes from Kant, and that's going to go up soon. So.
That's always the classic rookie mistake is, and let me guess, it's going to be some sort of incorrigible principle that that is undeniable, which is the Descartes cogito. Is that what they're defending?
Oh, it's always that's what they're defending. Yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah, and it's ridiculous because, like, you know, you could be a skeptic of the statement. You know, I think, therefore I am. If you think and therefore you are, those aren't synonymous terms. They aren't immediately known from one another. So
exactly.
You just always say, like, well, what if there's a skeptical demon that, you know, changes the semantic content of, you know, your belief such that it means the exact opposite. So every time that you believe that it's believing the exact opposite thing. You know, you don't need a cogito or something something incorrigible, which, by the way, means you can't be wrong. You don't need that in order to do philosophy. You don't need certainty in order to do philosophy. You don't need foundationalism, by the way, to do philosophy in any sort of sense. And it's just a huge pain in the ass to defend foundationalism, especially if you hit the wrong people, because they'll make your life not very fun in philosophy. So I mean, I don't understand what it is with the obsession of the cogito in general, and as a matter of fact, the rest of Descartes' philosophy is a little bit more interesting. I remember Levinas kind of talking about how Descartes has this odd view that you know God before you know yourself, and I was just like, yeah, that's the part of Descartes that, you know, is kind of interesting to me. Like his views on responsibility and, you know, knowing God before one knows oneself. But I didn't have
any knowledge.
Huh?
These views on like innate knowledge and so on like that. Like,
yeah, clear and distinct ideas aren't too you know, I mean, like, I could see why people would have hesitation with believing in certain types of things like immediate, clear, distinct ideas, but they aren't so crazy. I mean, you know, the idea of accepting some primitives into your epistemology seems to make sense to me, at least some of the time. And there does seem to be things that are clear and distinct, things that one might consider very close to revelation that you would accept. Of course, there is a problem with them too, you know. I mean, the belief with anything that's clear and distinct and immediate and just comes to you, you know, rests on this sort of presumption that it's kind of like an atomic fact, you know, and just like if you're hesitant of atomic facts, that is justification that's imminent instead of relational, and therefore how would justification even take place if you just have a belief without a justification? It wouldn't be knowledge. Like, you know, I could see how people would be skeptical of this kind of like foundational self-asserting dogma. As well, but you know, I mean, that's, oops, I don't know what just fell, but you know, I mean, it's like I have a healthy sympathy and a healthy carnivorous diet, at least for hopefully we can both be carnivores in terms of what type of philosophy should enter into our minds. You know, doesn't have to be just Hegel all the time. Doesn't have to be.
Oh no. I think we've got to get a wide. I think Nietzsche kind of did it well. It's like when you read my work, put it down, and then pick up something that is entirely opposite.
So many good Nietzsche quotes. You know, he's the only motherfucker that can say, "Please, whatever you do, don't say you understand my work." This is like,
oh, I know. Oh, so arrogant as well. Like, it's unbelievably arrogant. It was like, why do I write such good books?
yeah.
You know, that's what I want to put at the start of every one of my like pieces. Like, I'm just going to start my videos like, why do I make such good videos? And just how people react, you know. But it was just like he's the only one that gets away with it. Like he really gets away with it, and
You can't
I
come
think
up with a quote like somewhere in the remote corner of a universe, you know. It's just like some clever animal came into existence and then, you know, a few moments later came out of existence and so his cleverness died. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's true. To some extent, you know, we need to humble ourselves against nature. Of course, a lot of people take these to very edgy extreme cases, and I hate it when people study Nietzsche to start off with doing philosophy. It just leads to leads to bad people, unfortunately. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So, yeah.
oh no, no, I was just gonna say as well, like with Nietzsche, like he's got some really good. You know, the thing is, Nietzsche's negative, like Nietzsche's critique of other philosophers is gold, right? It is true gold. Nietzsche's positive philosophy is absolute trash. Like what? As like the genealogy, I get like the genealogy of morality. If you read that book, right, it's quite easy. It's quite small. Probably one of his easier, more accessible works. Started off the genealogy of morality, just talking about the ideological bias within humanity, you know, aesthetic idealism, pretty interesting stuff. Then when he starts talking about like, you know, resembling like predator birds and like, you know, what is the best in terms of the will to power and that kind of, not that kind of like, doesn't use the words will to power, I don't think, in that book, but he does talk about like obviously power and trying to become like the most dominant capable animal. It's like, why are you even like
Mm.
like his positive philosophy is trash. And
No,
I just wanted to I just wanted to put that out
yeah.
there.
No, I actually disagree with you on his
Sorry.
positive philosophy being trash. I have a very sort of take of Nietzsche, and I wrote an essay on it when I was reading Thus Spoke Zarathustra for the second time. I wrote an essay basically on the notion of Gelassenheit, um, and Nietzsche's understanding of Gelassenheit. And if you're familiar with that word, it appears within Hegel in the science of logic, or at least Gelassenheit appears within the beginning of the science of logic to basically talk about a sort of passivity that, or at least in part, half a passivity that a human being has in order to recognize the world correctly. And Hegel says something like, look, I mean, my best thoughts come to me not when I actively start participating in things that I know and then applying these concepts to the world. It's when I attune myself into a certain type of passivity and let concepts come to me, which is, I think, the ultimate conclusion that you reach in the science of logic is the immanent giving reasons and dialectical reasons to progress itself. Whenever I passively let myself and recognize nature, then the concepts come to me in a way of which they generally aren't mistaken. Generally, good and novel occurrences of where they can change the types of concepts that I have for certain types of veridical instantiations of life. And Nietzsche has, you know, also this understanding, I think, of Gelassenheit, this sort of passive releasement, but also something that has not just passivity, but activity. You have to be passive to the world, but you also have to be actively engaged in trying to be passive, which is kind of like a contradiction, but one I think that one has to sort of accept, or at least accept a contrary. And that gets into very continental sounding things that a lot of people will probably think are bullshit. But you
I
know,
guess I should qualify as well. What I mean is his ethics, I suppose I should have said. Like his positive ethics, like how we should live our lives. That's the real thing I really just disagree with Nietzsche. But I will agree that he has some very valuable work. Like even
but even
uh
but notice if you read Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Zarathustra's descent from the mountain, right, from the mountain, and this sort of Heraclitesian theme of coming down is the same as going up. Zarathustra is isolated, comes down, goes with the people, goes to the people, and then obviously befriends them, right? There's a sort of, he wants to be an isolate, he wants to be an individual, he wants his own power to shine, and then he goes to the people, recognizes them, builds commune, and realizes that part of what it means to be oneself means to be in an active relationship with other people, but not to the extent that they let themselves subsume who you are, just for them to let you know who you are, right? And so again, this active participation and then telling people that they need to have this journey of sort of self-authenticity to both be with people. You know, there's a really good quote from Zorba the Greek, to be with people, but also to be able to distance yourself is one of the most
Yeah.
helpful, I think, ethical tools that you can come up with as an existentialist. So I don't diss Nietzsche entirely, but I
I,
do know what you mean, that you can lead to conclusions that are morally
well, I think
reprehensible.
well, I was going to say not just that, like even the understanding of self, and I think Nietzsche understands the ego to be quite individualistic. It's given it's comparative, but it's inherent almost in Nietzsche. At least that's the way. Like it's primitive, and I disagree with that. Obviously, I would say that the ego itself is um
Not later Nietzsche. I think he's actually, yeah, he's vehemently anti-subjectivist. So
I'm not saying he's a subjectivist. If anything, he harkens back to a a primivity, like as in like a naturalism, but and argues that like we need to be like, and he almost idealizes the blonde beast, and I think he calls it in the genealogy, and and obviously the like when he's talking about the Ubermensch, in general, he idealizes this the idea of a being which wills its own will, but in the sense that it's the baby, it is the spirit which is self
yeah, yeah, that's the
actuating. I would say that's wrong.
yeah. Well,
um
yeah, that that interpretation of the Ubermensch is, I don't think it's Nietzsche's.
but then no, but I mean, like the three metamorphoses of the spirit I do give unto thee. The camel, that was it, the camel, the load bearing spirit, which doth become the lion doth become and the lion doth become the child. And that's the idea. The last metamorphosis of the spirit is the child. It's the individual which creates its own normativity. And this is the thing. I think this is what led Nietzsche to lose his mind. I think that he thought logic in the end was a normative construction created by power structures, and dismissed the conception of truth, and then lost his mind to that.
No, I don't think later Nietzsche would have come to that conclusion. I mean, there's many different quotes within the Will to Power and Thus Spoke Zarathustra that would have been antithetical to what you said. I mean, I can pull out quotes as well, but the thing about pulling out quotes is that we both have to pick up our books over there from the back and
Yeah,
start.
yeah, exactly. We're going to debate Nietzsche. I don't think that's what we're here for. Like, I guess maybe it could be just my interpretation of Nietzsche when I've read him. Like, obviously, and I think these better work. If I'm honest, like the work I probably appreciate the most is probably The Birth of Tragedy, early Nietzsche. And it's funny because you seem to be going closer to later Nietzsche, and I seem to be going closer to early Nietzsche, which is, I think, maybe the way in which we're reading them is different, because like I do like the balance between the Apollyon and the Dionysian values. And
All of that gets subsumed to the Will to Power. The Apollo and Dionysus, Apollo thrusting his spear into Dionysus, is synthesized in the Will to Power. And what is the Will to Power? It is also the same thing, I think, synonymous, if you're a monist of the sort of caliber that I think Nietzsche was, synonymous also with the internal reoccurrence. And I have a very idiosyncratic, I don't know if it's maybe idiosyncratic in America, not so much in Germany, from what I hear of Nietzsche, but there is a sense of where the type of rampant subjectivism, or I know you didn't like the word subjectivism, but I think it still goes into a form of rampant subjectivism and activism, and like the Ubermensch is the one who wills himself. But I mean, I also think like the idea of the Ubermensch from Nietzsche is actually just a theoretical entity that one postulates to approach, not one. Not you can't become the Ubermensch, in my opinion.
I wouldn't be surprised if that. I do think that's possible in like a Nietzschean, because I mean the fact that he uses that Zarathustra in the first place, like, and then as well he's whole philosophy seems to be that even himself could not approach it. But I would say that I'd probably agree with like Jung and say that his attempt to promote to approach that kind of self-actualizing being is what caused him to lose his mind.
Yeah, but
One of the two.
that's getting into psychoanalysis and buying into Jung's interpretation of anything is already already kind of scary
Sketchy.
territory, man.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that there is,
No
I
need
do
to psycholo. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say that I do think there is something in when he talks about the will to power and the lack of like ethics. I would say that like the understanding of freedom in Nietzsche is one-sided. Um, I think that his understanding of how to actualize your own freedom, um, is lacking like a normativity which exists between agents, and that's my main issue with Nietzsche. But maybe it's my interpretation of him. And I do appreciate Nietzsche's work, as I said. Like I appreciate
Nietzsche
his neck.
Nietzsche talks to the wild wisdom of nature all throughout those books, Zarathustra, and can't comprehend nature. Why? Because it's wild. You know, it has a certain type of static, 2K driven aspect to it that just cannot be fathomed by Nietzsche. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I see a really healthy respect for Nietzsche's philosophy with ethics, and really antithetical to the view of subjectivism. The only thing that I don't like about Nietzsche's philosophy is that it's just not systematic enough, and that you need a system, and even as much as he criticizes people like Hegel and Kant for being these totalizers and systematizers, like, no, I mean, Hegel's system begins with a mystical element just as much as Nietzsche is willing to offer a mystical element within, I think, a good interpretation of Nietzsche. But
I think that I will say, like, I guess in terms of, if I was to go back to earlier Nietzsche as well, and like comparatively to later Nietzsche, I would at least in the, like, maybe even in the genealogy, I would accuse Nietzsche of being too Dionysian in his approach to the will to power, and that would be my criticism. And that,
yeah,
like, freedom
that's
itself is actualized in the Apollyon order, which would be kind of the same as yours, which is what you were saying there, which is like he needs more of a systematic approach.
right. Yeah.
Um,
No, I mean, I agree that he's too Dionysian and not enough Apollo, which is precise. I mean, he says otherwise, but I don't think he dishes that one out very well. And like you said, he has brilliant takes on deconstructing philosophy, not so much brilliant takes in offering a very systematic approach. But damn it, I mean, if you do not buy into coherentism or foundationalism or systematizing the world, if at the end of the day you say something like Shakespeare did, and saying, Horatio, there's more to life in the heavens than there is in your philosophy, then yeah, it's a very palatable and aesthetically appealing worldview. And I mean, I don't have nothing against Nietzsche for believing in, I guess, the second best thing. So
I'll say, like, Nietzsche is at least sexy, like, in terms of his overall philosophy. It's the most appealing thing I've ever seen to engage people in philosophy.
well,
Like,
I personally, like, actually, I shouldn't have said the last line. Maybe the third best, because I like Kierkegaard and his existentialism. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I think that I prefer Kierkegaard to Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Even though I don't agree with Kierkegaard on many things, like, I do think Kierkegaard's works better.
Yeah.
Like, even when he's talking about that leap of faith and so on, and like I think the guy just understands things a little bit better. I can't say, what is that, man?
Oh, it's
Is that Kierkegaard?
yeah, it's the hung edition of Kierkegaard, basically. So it's a few works basically from Princeton Press. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's nice.
a lot of works from Princeton Press.
How many? You have a load of books, man. I'm just gonna say that. Like, my bookshelf is feeling rather like envious right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's also a bookshelf right here. Well, actually, let me put right here, and then behind this big one, right there as well. So yeah, I have 1,100 books basically in my library. So
I imagine you're a fast reader. I'm like the worst reader in the world.
no,
Like,
dude, no, nobody in philosophy is a fast reader. You shouldn't be a fast reader in philosophy if you're doing
I should
philosophy.
have said a good reader.
Oh well, maybe, I don't know. No, I think I'm an okay, decent, charitable reader. I try to steel man, as much as I can. So, but my TPC, some of the members there, man, they're just fucking monsters, man. They go through like 60 books in a year and just read them very well, and just have like an amazing system. And I'm just like super jealous.
Yeah, I
But
know what you mean. I don't have that in me either. Like,
yeah,
I end up like, I struggle reading in general. I'm like dyspraxic and stuff. So I do struggle a little bit, but at the same time, like, I love like audiobooks and stuff, and like, and that kind of thing as well. So if I am struggling, if I can get an audiobook with like, of like a good edition of a book that I can like have read to as well as read along. That really does like aid me in my sort of philosophical journey. I think that helped me a lot with Hegel. My God, reading Hegel was just like it was pain before that. It was real pain. But I still like you can't find like I found like an audiobook for like Hegel's logic and it wasn't like very good. But like Hegel's like phenomenology, I found a really good audiobook for that. That was nice.
I generally avoid audiobooks. They're too fast for me to concentrate on any of the ideas, but maybe for some easier text, not for the phenomenology though, but for easier text I could do it for sure.
All of my IQ is like verbal IQ though. Like so all of like in like an IQ test, like one of the ways that they diagnose dyspraxia is like about nearly a 35 point there's a 35-point difference between my verbal IQ and my written IQ. So like I think that's probably why like I can like intake like audio information a lot better and I can process it and like speak a lot better. And like for whatever reason, I can't tell you why. It's who I am. You know, it's one of those things. It's like I really do struggle reading compared to like having a conversation or like having a lecture or something like that. It's really insane. But somebody said in the chat, would you be talking to Destiny anytime soon?
Me or you?
Or you. So like would you be talking to Destiny again?
Um, he doesn't seem to be interested in talking about philosophy at this point. I mean, he said he said, message me at any point if I have something that I wanted to talk to him about, but I don't I don't know. I haven't been particularly motivated into doing it because I feel like it bothers him. He's doing his other things right now and he has other interests, and two, because I mean, like, what more could be said at this point until I research more in a way that might be rhetorically gifted enough, where I might be rhetorically gifted enough to convince him, because he doesn't seem to be convinced, even if you have what I think are decent arguments for certain types of things. I don't think he's given really a good reply against naturalism, against the irreducibility of the mind. He did take up dualism, which was really weird right after my conversation, although he said it wasn't because of Marty. Even though he gave the exact argument that I gave for the irreducibility of the mind in a different way. He said it wasn't because of me, but, go figure. But yeah, I mean, if I get invited spontaneously, which he's done before, like when I talked to Athena, he just randomly basically gave me a message when I was doing D&D, and he told me to talk to Athena, and I was fine with absolutely ripping that guy's ass apart. He was just saying nonsense. I don't mind when people say nonsense to just teach him something, but I don't know if it's gonna happen anytime soon. And looks like PP might be having the same problem. So.
Well, yeah, I would like to talk to him about socialism. Maybe offer a different take than some of the people he spoke to in the past, because I think that like I'm like Hegelian left, so like maybe that's a bit different to like how he's been approached in the past, especially since I take a non-revolutionary approach, and many people take a revolutionary approach. But then some of his debates on socialism, some of them have been pretty good. I would also say like obviously I think you're right. Like, I think he's just kind of like focusing on his own stuff. He's very much engaged in politics and like applied politics right now. From what I've seen, like very much in the election kind of thing going on in the United States, and like devoting his resources to that sort of campaign. So yeah, and then as well, like I would say that he's like like I think that he said that in our conversation that he was convinced like somewhat by like that like that he did believe in like objective ethics, and I was like, you shouldn't, like, from what you describe, you should not call yourself a subjectivist, and you shouldn't call yourself like like a like, and then I showed him like why like I told him Hegel's critique of what's it called, Hegel's critique of social contract theory, and he accepted it. And he was like, right. And he's like, but I'm still going to call myself a social contract theorist because it's easier. And it's like, but it's not true. So
Yeah.
why you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Like, either he does actually like take like the information in and change himself, or like maybe it's just a conversation for the sake of it. I can't tell if it's just like, like what
Like
it is. But
whatever it was, I think he was more susceptible to having his mind changed earlier. And and this is one thing that I guess no one will ever see. It's like he PM'd me one day, and he just basically said, "Convince me that I'm wrong." And how do I convince the ultimate skeptic? And I think I had like an hour and 30 minute, just like written conversation with him at that point. And I think he was kind of just unconvinced by like answers to skepticism, but I'm not really motivated too much by skeptical takes. So, although that's what was big at the time, which was like 2 years ago. So yeah.
Mm, mm. I
Um,
think it was really big though, and it still is. Like in certain places, like I think obviously we were talking about like Jack Anstrike and like Venus and all them. They're still really big in the whole skeptic kind of like extreme skepticism sort of position. Like was it like metaphysical expressivism and
oh, not Jack. That's Venus. Yeah,
Venus?
yeah, Jack is a inferentialist like all the way through as
Oh,
far
okay.
as.
I thought Jack. Maybe I'm misunderstanding Jack. I thought Jack.
Jack is an
But what?
inferentialist to, well, I think, to a
But
fault, but yeah.
but isn't his meta-ethical position like? Oh, didn't it used to be like subjectivist?
Yeah, he is a subject. He's a moral realist, but he believes that all moral propositions are predicated towards the subject. So they're true
Right.
only insofar as
I might,
they
I might, have
express.
I might have misunderstood his position last time I saw it. That's fair enough.
But
Obviously,
Venus, yeah, just he has an even odder position of where he is just committed to some sort of error theory about epistemic norms. And I just like I don't know what that means. I understand. Well, I kind of understand what it means. We had those conversations on the PM just not too long ago from Strumer, Olson. Um, I can't. I mean, I don't know any other error theorists other than those two about epistemic norms. And I think when you begin doing things like that, I just like you're just kind of denying what's right in front of you, and what's right in front of you in terms of like, okay, your experiences obviously all seem to be normative, but you're just going to say they're not because they can be ultimately reduced to something non-normative.
well, I think what the worst part is that when it's sometimes I feel like sometimes I think that a lot of it comes down to this over like empowered sense of doubt, like the over empowering doubt. And I think it's almost like, I think I mentioned it before when Strawson rejects solipsism. It's like it's not like it's not possible. It's just that it's not as probable as an alternative, and that's why we would accept it. And it's the same thing, I think, for extreme skepticism. It's like I can't tell you that the extreme skeptic is absolutely wrong. The only thing I can say is that the extreme skeptic breaks down normativity, and then that ultimately breaks down the concept of them actually being right. But then what I guess what really gets me is that when you say this to them, they sometimes just use like, do you ever hear the word agnostic and then just sort of die inside? Um, because that happens to me. It's like all I hear is like you kind of get them into a point, and they're like, "Oh yeah, but I'm agnostic on that point,"
Yeah.
and then it's
Um,
like,
yeah, I
"What?"
mean,
do
yeah, I had this specific conversation many times because they'll pull out I think we need to be agnostic about it until we have further information. And this is actually what tips over Jack Angstretch to be agnostic about any sort of identity relation between the mind and body. Because, and any sort of, I think, development of theories of rationality. I haven't specifically asked him about that, but he's just like, yeah, evolutionary models can never explain consciousness because of the general irreducibility process of consciousness. Therefore, we should be agnostic about how evolutionary theory ties um, into theories of rationality and theories of consciousness. But I'm just like, yeah, but it either does or it doesn't. And if it does, which it most likely does, you're going to have to come up with some story, and that's going to have consequences to it. And things like, agnosticism about, say, epistemic norms, like there's two problems with that. I think it's just like if you run the law of the excluded middle, either there exists normativity or there doesn't exist normativity ontologically. And if it is the case that it doesn't, it leads to absurd conclusions. So you can't remain just on the epistemic level. You have to commit yourself to some sort of ontological thing. And as soon as you take the LEM, the law of the excluded middle, I don't think what their conclusion comes down to works. But secondly, like, I should remain agnostic to it seems like itself an epistemic principle that one has to, for some reason, choose to abide by, and they can't ever give me a reason for why I should say prefer agnosticism to non-agnosticism, to like firmly believing in P for no reason, maybe as a brute fact. Why that over agnosticism, right? Because you prescribe yourself to some sort of epistemic norm. One of them is the suspension of belief, and you found that to actually be constitutive of rationality, but yet you deny that. Like, it just seems very odd to me. You know what I mean? Um, you can't just like buy into agnosticism, I think, without good reasoning. At least believing in the normativity of that, at least believing in one rational norm being agnosticism, or the suspension of belief, right?
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, I think that there is again, you have to be like, there is a choice being made, whether it's like I think it's kind of like almost a Sartrean existentialist position, I would take, and that, and like it's like even the position to like the to not act is an act in and of itself. Like, we're in this active process, and regardless of what we choose to do, we are either grounded or not in what we are doing, whether it's choosing to be agnostic, whether it's choosing to believe or choosing to disbelieve. um
Maybe,
Regardless of what,
maybe. I
I
think
think
for
that
the
we're kind of,
most, I think for I think for the suspension of belief, maybe. Although I do wonder if there's some sophistry involved in saying that, like, look, the lack of doing anything is doing something. There, it might be. I mean, like, because there are some very good Hegelian reasons why, you know, a presuppositionalist philosophy can't take on any sort of presuppositions, and it's kind of bullshit saying like, well, you know, saying that we need to act presuppositionalistly is a presupposition. Like, no, it's not. It's just not. You can't just keep on this sort of discursive tyrant. But I think, I don't know, but agnosticism, I'm not sure if it functions the same way as assuming nothing, or suspending your belief is not the same thing as not having a belief. But I could be wrong.
I don't know. I guess I can't comment on, I guess, on this time anyway. Someone just said like, have I spoke to Jack Enstrike, or have, I don't know if it's aimed at you or me. Um, I'll say like I haven't, about his philosophy. I had a conversation about mine. I wouldn't mind having a conversation about his philosophy at some point. Because I think he understands maybe some of my ethics, but I've not really spoken to him about his. So maybe like if you want Jack to come on the show, you know, let him know. I'll have a conversation with him. I'm open to hear his position because I think I totally misunderstood it. So I'm happy to happy to have him explain it to us another time. Um, and what about you, man?
Yeah, I've talked with him a lot of times. I've actually developed a list of all of his positions throughout the ages. And so this is the conclusions that I came to about the list. So he's epistemicist. He doesn't believe, he believes that everything comes in discretely instead of as something that comes in continuously. Um, he believes in the labor theory of value. He is a moral relativist. He's an inferentialist with respect to theories of justification, and also a coherentist with respect to theories of justification. Um, he generally has like Kantian takes with respect to his metaphysics, except like a very Alicinian take. Like, he doesn't think that any epistemology commits him to any metaphysical views. So he's like so he's an instrumentalist in science, and just thinks that we could do away with metaphysics, which is a strange reading of Kant, but that's the sort of Alicinian reading that he has of Kant, that he thinks that they're just epistemic categories that we have to abide by, and these are sort of the limits of thought. He believes in an evolutionary debunking argument, which states that natural selection can't be, it doesn't work in any sort of cases with respect to being able to make sense of why we do things in terms of evolutionary psychology. He doesn't think that natural selection can have any sort of credibility because of one guy who wrote the book, why Darwinism is wrong. He Yeah, I mean, I think those are the major things that he believes in. Oh yeah, he believes in the problem of induction and Humean accounts of causation. Yet he's a Kantian. What's really weird is that he calls himself a Kantian, and yet and believes in like mathematical a priori synthetic forms of knowledge, but he seems to be a Kantian about a lot of things, and yet a Humean on causation, which is very odd to me. Um, so yeah, I don't understand how you can believe in Humeanism about causality and then also Kantianism about a lot of other things.
Yeah,
I think that's the extent of what I know about him. I've talked to him throughout
interesting.
many years.
A pick and mix.
I mean, that's what analytic philosophers do. They
I
basically
was about to say that. You beat us to it.
yeah. Oh yeah, and one thing, he believes in the rule following argument for the irreducibility of the mind, basically, which I think I do to some extent, but not completely. Um, so yeah. Okay, so let me do one of these questions. I will ask my question again. What's the one specific moment that made you go vegan? What was it? How emotionally resonant was it? Also, don't judge people for not being vegan. How?
Okay, so I wouldn't say that like I can't really I think the moment that I went vegan really and I said it I was actually about to eat a chicken sandwich. Um it was like where it kind of clicked that I was being a hypocrite. But then I hadn't really like I don't think like engaged with it enough to go like, right, I'm going vegan like now. Oh my god, I'm morally repulsed. It was like a rational thing, and my motivations hadn't like clicked in totally. It was like I was in Nando's and I was eating like a chicken sandwich, and I saw the chickens on like a rotisserie kind of thing. Um, I'm with my girlfriend who was vegan, and she's eating like she's got this wrap in front of her that's like vegan, and it was vegan at the time. It's not vegan anymore. It was like vegan at the time, and she got this like vegan meal in front of her, and I'm like, wow, that looks all right. And then I'm about to bite this chicken thing. I look at it and I'm like, something just like kind of died there. But what really clicked is that like I had been like kind of arguing with myself to try and justify it. And I realized that a lot of the time that my arguments again, like, so like, for example, I could beat my girlfriend in an argument, really, at least like beat in the sense that she would get frustrated, give and walk away almost from us. Um, because I'm a philosopher. I'm better. Like I did more rhetoric than she has, but her arguments were actually better than mine. And so when I was arguing against them, I started having to engage more and more with the arguments, and then I started realizing like shit. And then I started realizing I'm wrong, and I'm like, oh no, at least I'm like, oh my god, I might be wrong. And I didn't want to give up meat, dairy, or eggs. I was like, oh no, man, I don't want to be vegan. And then obviously I'm a socialist, and I believed in equality, and I understood the value of equality and my whole ethical framework, everything in general, my whole understanding of reality was being questioned by the fact like, wow, if you look at reality like this, then why don't you consider animals? And I kind of was about to bite the chicken sandwich, and I was like, I think I should be vegan. It just sort of clicked. I was like, I am ad hoc justifying my actions in order to escape my ethical responsibilities. And I know my ethical responsibilities because I've argued them for the past 3 years in relation to me philosophy classes and like socialism. And like I went to Newcastle University, right? Like there was like one of the first interactions I ever had was someone telling us that I was like ridiculous for being a socialist, right? And um I guess the whole thing is I just had this moment where there was this clarity and I was like, oh shit. It wasn't like an emotional thing really at that moment. Don't get me wrong, I felt emotional probably more for animals after I went vegan, like, oh my god, what have I done? Um Realizing that I could live a vegan lifestyle that would be healthy after understanding veganism and so on more. But like in reality, like my transition to veganism wasn't an emotional one. I didn't do it because of feelings. I did it because of like I realized it was unethical. So yeah.
I also misread the second portion of it. He's like, "Do you judge people for not being vegan, and how?" Was the question.
Well, I got asked. I was thinking when I was talking about the barbecue with my friends. One of the times, what they actually asked is like, "Why are you sat here with us? Like, if you think that this is what like is going on, and we've just ate animals, why are you sitting here with us? Like, do you not think we're serial killers? Like, do you not think we're murderers?" And I was just like, I think you're all ideologically indoctrinated. Like, and then they were like, oh, and then like they were like, what did he say? And he was like, oh, he thinks we're indoctrinated. And I was like, yep. Like you asked, man. Like, and it's like, yeah, that's it. Like, I think I don't think of meat eaters as bad people. I don't think that the people who owned slaves, most of them, probably weren't bad people. I think that the Nazis, a lot of them probably weren't bad people. And I think the power of ideology is absolutely unbelievable. People can be convinced that the world is flat. People can be convinced that vaccines will kill you. People can be convinced of many different things through the power of ideology. And I think understanding that power and the power of a dominant ideology, which almost everyone accepts around you as being even more prevalent upon an individual, you don't really look at them as if they are bad people. You look at them as where you were a couple of years ago. Yeah.
I think I have a lot of sympathies with that, especially my family. I won't get into it right now, but I have some really, I mean, I have some family members that have some just crazy beliefs, and friends that have crazy beliefs that I've forgiven them for.
Yeah, you've got to. I think you've got to be sympathetic to people. And I think when you like understanding like that's most people are just trying to do what they think is good in their own way, and they're just a lot of the time doing it wrong. You just got to show them why. And I think if you alienate them, like one of the worst things ever is this idea like we're going to make veganville. You know what I mean? We're going to move away, and everyone's going to be vegan there. Woo! And it's like, yeah, but then you're not actually in changing the normativity of society, and we're all going to perpetuate like this vegan utopia, except for the dystopia that is outside. And it's just like, why wouldn't you? It's like where I want to be as a vegan isn't amongst vegans; it's amongst meat eaters, telling them that they should be, or at least showing them that they can be vegan. Like a lot of people think that they need to be meat, and it's just like this idea that um understanding that like you have a responsibility to engage with these people and these people who have a certain disposition and also forgive them for that disposition, almost understand that like where they're coming from.
Would you like to ask one from your?
Yeah, absolutely. So one person said, are your chats with Jack and Strike recorded?
No.
No. What defines ideology? What defines ideology? What demarcates it from philosophy or belonging to a school of thought? That's actually a really great question. I think the difference between I think that the way I would approach ideology in a hermeneutic way is to not say that there is like ideology as a whole is. It's like if you understand like hermeneutics in terms of like Bildung, like Gadamer, and you understand that an ideology, let's say, is a unquestioned belief system, reliant upon the power of tradition and so on. It doesn't mean that all normativity in that belief system is, for example, unjustified. It just means it lacks justification or has lacked like a good argument for it. And so, one thing I would differentiate like a school of thought or philosophy from an unquestioned ideology really is just the critical approach, and that would be like Gadamerian, like Bildung, whether it's practical through application or whether it's theoretical through like contemplation. Individuals should question the normativity which surrounds their lives. I think another big part about ideology is essentially the fact that it structures the very way we think, and that ideology is almost sublime in its nature in how it impacts. And so we should apply a methodology which seeks to um, which seeks to self-analyze and shine a light upon those blank spots within our thinking that we are yet to consider. And the best way to do that is through, I would say, is through external engagement, through external critique. from other institutions and other cultures and societies. Otherwise, you're reliant upon internal critique, which can work and can be fine. And I think Zizek shows that. But I think nothing throws your understanding of reality in doubt like someone with the exact opposite view. So yeah.
I think I would probably agree with. I mean, you created a pretty easy distinction between ideology as being something that you sort of follow instead of dialectically build up to. So I mean, yeah.
Cool.
I guess I'll get this one out of the way. Has Marty ever heard? And I guess you could answer this too because I'm sure you have. Has Marty heard of Dr. Gregory B. Sadler? In my opinion, one of the best when it comes to high quality philosophical content on YouTube. He's the one that's making the hundreds of hours of long series on the phenomenology of spirit, half an hour long. And yeah, I have myself heard of Gregory Sandler, and I actually asked him a few questions on his podcast. But yeah, I've seen the videos on the phenomenology of spirit. I think they're pretty good. Obviously, the guy is very, very knowledgeable, and I think a lot of you might agree with me here, Lewis. I think a lot of the most knowledgeable people on philosophy are historians of philosophy. Like they just happen to know a lot.
Yeah.
It's not just because they read Spinoza, Hegel, Kant. It's because they read Hegel, Spinoza, and Kant, sometimes using analytic jargon and a lot of analytic concepts. So they'll discover that Kant is, I don't know if he actually is, but a coherentist, right? And then they'll apply it to other theories of coherentism that are going around within philosophy. And as long as you can incorporate those two, I've seen a lot of people do well on Ask Philosophy. Reddit Woke Up a Bug is just so fucking good at answering questions, just because I think he is really gifted in just every form of knowledge in the history of a philosophy. I've never seen a guy give so many good takes and consistently give good takes and just never be wrong about philosophy ever. But yeah, I like Gregory Sadler. He's a good guy.
I guess the thing I would say is that I guess with the history of philosophy, like history of philosophers, like the historians that the people who are doing like the philosophy of history or the history of philosophy, I think they're both vital, and I think that having a combination of the two is incredibly useful. I don't think there's anything that I respect more. That just might be my approach more than anything, than someone who can not only explain someone's take, but explain necessarily the conditions around someone that would lead them to have that take.
Yeah, sure.
And then show the growth of the thought through time. And I think that kind of approach is like unbelievably valuable to like human knowledge. I think it's like that like it's just a well-rounded academic more than anything. Something that I'm truly jealous of because I'm not that good.
It's hard being that good. I mean, you also just need to stop specializing. I think and this is one of the reasons why
I'm terrible for specializing. I'm terrible. I really am.
I mean, if I do my PhD, it's definitely going to be, and that's what I apply to in most of these universities. If I get in, hopefully. Well, I mean, I'm not not holding my breath. But it's basically in the history of philosophy. I think that's like one of the most important avenues of philosophy. A lot of people disagree with me, though. That's fine. I don't hold tightly onto the idea that history of philosophy is the most important thing that you could do in philosophy, because it's obviously not. And,
it's obviously ethics. That's
sure. I mean, ethics converges with just about every philosophical discipline. This is one of the reasons why I don't care that when it comes to meta-ethical views that half of the meta-ethicists are non-cognitivists or expressivists or whatever, because I don't give a shit about just what meta-ethicists believe in. I mean, because a lot of people who study, say, like action theory or normative ethics or whatever are just like committed moral realists, and they have like just as good justification, if not sometimes better, than some of the people that just do exclusively meta ethics. So
yeah, I mean that's it. I think you can really I think you can run into that like Vico's warning of perverse philosophy, where you're running with something that's valid but not sound because you're not really engaging with a holistic worldview, which may show that there is a, like, all right, well, maybe my position's okay, but then, I apply it and this is bullshit. And I think this is one of the reasons why I really dislike Mackie and era theorists who just try to say, like, it doesn't matter what meta-ethical theory you have, like, we just apply that to, like, we just have a normative theory that's separate. It works separate. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's like one load of shit. Like, to put it politely. And I think that's I even saw other philosophers like online talking about it. Talking about like academic philosophers, like even saying like someone commenting on what's he called? Bloody, oh my god, incredibly famous. He wrote bloody oh my god. Jesus Christ. Triple theory. Oh my god. What's he called? Oh my god.
If you can't think of it, we can move on.
No, I need to think of that man. I need to remember that man's name.
Okay.
Derek Parfit. There we go. My God, I was like parcel path. Someone even talking about like Derek Parfit and saying that like how he couldn't understand Mackie's. I think it was he couldn't understand Mackie's position on that as well. That the idea of like a normative theory being separate from a meta-ethical theory is kind of nonsense. And that's why he was scared to enter, meta-ethics and even write on what matters, and was like, it was really focused on his earlier works because he was scared to enter meta-ethics because he was worried that he'd be like a non-cognitivist, and he was so involved in normative ethics because he knew that they couldn't be divorced, and that he would be rational, that there'd be rational entailments to his positions. And I think it's the same thing with a lot of people in so many fields in philosophy, where they're just and it's something I would normally criticize analytic philosophers for, but unfortunately it's also me. I think I do try to be a consistent with me worldview, but I do think I could do with reading, like, more extended literature. Yeah, I think one of the things I'm looking forward to reading more about is psychoanalysis. I'm really enjoying some of that, and just like more left wing kind of political theory again. Well, not just left wing, but right wing as well. Like just understand political theory a bit more, and economics. I want to do some more economics. But like, yeah, I think you've got to diversify. I think there's nothing worse than becoming like stagnant and stale and becoming like, I don't care if one person like as much as I think we can both say we can respect an individual who's very well versed in a single author that could tell you like anything about like Hegel or Kant or Kierkegaard or whoever it may be. It's impressive, but then that's not what philosophy is about. Like, philosophy is not about knowing one person's work to the nth degree. Philosophy is about engaging in a worldview which allows us to understand reality as it is. At least I would say so.
Whose turn is it, by the way?
Oh dear Lord, I have no idea anymore. I think it was my chat's turn. I think.
Okay.
Someone says, "Oh, is it sovereign?" I think it was my turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. What is the relationship between power and normativity?
I'd have to think about that. I mean, that's a that's a complicated question. Because I generally see because I generally, depending on how you look at it, I generally don't. Yeah, I generally don't see a disconnection too much between power and responsibility, because I don't generally view power as necessarily as an authoritarian entity that takes concern over itself. One can view sort of power as a form of responsibility. So I mean that could be a possible connection, although it could have inverse effects to that. You can obviously view power as a form of illegitimate force. How it's related to normativity is just, again, if a person does something that is in accordance with ethical norms and they're exercising certain types of powers, then there'd be just in doing them, and if they don't, they would be unjust, right? It would be a tyrannical form of power instead of a legitimate form of power. I don't know how much I would have to say other than that.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that, like, I'd say fundamentally that power, I would characterize as being able to achieve a given end. Um, I think that's probably about it. Like, really, the ability for an agent to achieve a given end, and then I would say that every given end is the formation of a judgment, or at least the means to an end, especially is the formation of a judgment. So every action which power would be exercised is dependent upon a normativity in the first place. And then so I would say that power and normativity are tied into a relationship where power should be exercised in respect to a as I want to use the word consistent normativity as possible, and then sound normativity as possible, and then I would say the unfortunate reality is, and I think Marx showed this, that power can have the opposite effect and have a corrupting nature to normativity, because normativity is itself a relationship built between two agents. And so multiple agents, at least who construct these rules and norms, characteristically can be corrupted by a power structure which ultimately causes a being's psychology to enter into a maybe a docile state, or like like more too agreeable, like, for example. And so what we have is a sub dom relationship between individuals, so, master slave relationship between individuals, and ultimately normativity is being influenced heavily by power. And even the psychology of individuals is being influenced by power in that respect. And so the normativity is then obviously, even in a roundabout way, being influenced by power. And then there could be dispositions. Obviously, if you take agreeableness, for example, to be a disposition regardless of one's reasons. And so I would say that power and normativity are a in a like a essentially a rhetorical dance with one another, which is, hopefully, if Hegel is taken to be right, or even Marx is taken to be right, is being slowly and utterly balanced.
Okay. The next question is, okay, as a process ontologist, and I think this is probably more towards me, but you might be also a process ontologist. What are your thoughts on Heidegger's ontology? You could
Uh,
also you can also give your thoughts, I think, on Heidegger's ontology, but I would say this before we go on to that, is that I think the at least early Heidegger, I'm not so familiar with late Heidegger, but in Being in Time, I'm sort of dissatisfied by Heidegger's approach because I think it's transcendental in some respects. It's not a dialectical immanent process of being unfolding itself and all that. It's basically trying to start with Dasein and what is what Heidegger calls the existential analytic of Dasein, and how does the world appear itself to Dasein. And I think that's wrong. I think we need to look at being instead of Dasein first. But past that, what do I think about, like, say, the ontological difference? I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong for the reasons that I've actually had one conversation with Lewis before, in that nothing in the ontological difference is going to show you how we can go from ontologizing the world to how we can bring it into an ontic state. And there's a really good book called Nilo Unbound, basically criticizing Heidegger on this one point, that we can't understand death if we can only understand it in the way that Heidegger wants us to. That is, in the sort of process ontology that Heidegger wants us to, by viewing death as something that we're only constantly approaching and feeling sort of in this phenomenological, ontological way. But we clearly do understand death, not as something that's perishing, not as something that we're approaching, but something that is actually dead. It's a form of non-being, a sort of static form of non-being, that we cannot make sense through just becoming, and that's just it. Just be there. I could say a little bit more on terms of why his approach would be wrong, but if we're just viewing Being in Time and we're trying to get something from it, and that is we're trying to get what, at least in part, what the ontological difference is, Dasein's relationship to death, different ways of viewing the world, the way that Dasein views the world. I think that's fine to some extent. I think it's useful. It shows us a certain type of way that's distinct about viewing the world that is not contained within, say, Kant's categories or Aristotle's categories. It changes the question of what is being to how is being, or what is the how structure of being, which, you know, people who are acquainted with Heidegger know that that's not too crazy, right? We can ask these types of questions without subjectivizing all of them. So yeah, but go ahead, Lewis, if you have an opinion on that as well.
I don't think I have that much of an opinion. I mean, like, from my understanding of it, it's maybe a bit one-sided. Kind of starts with maybe too much of a holistic view of reality rather than a hermeneutic view. I would say that um, uh, I'd say that, like, I would truly prefer maybe, as I say, like maybe someone like Gadamer or something like that to Heidegger in that respect, in the sense that I feel like I'd argue that the understanding of the universal without a notion of an individual in the first place is perhaps a bit mistaken, and that the understanding of a given world which is, fundamentally structured in certain ways given the agent is a bit nonsensical. I think that Levinas kind of shows that to be the case in some respects with his critique of Heidegger, in talking about, like, the fact that we start from the ego. And I think that if you look at the combination of the individual within the thrownness of the world, it's not that the world is given to the individual, and this is my understanding of process ontology as well. Like, so this is somewhat maybe not perfect. Um, it's I would say that it's not that the individual is given the aspects of the world; they are given aspects of themselves and the world simultaneously in a way that corrupts the world and prevents us from seeing as Heidegger calls it, the fittingness of the concept. Although I do agree that the world does force us into understanding aspects of being, I think much of the time, we are ideologically blinded to the reality that actually sits before us. And so, in many of the cases, I would say that what we are actually given is a fragmentary view of the world, and which is a lot of the time glued together with ideology and false belief. And so, even in terms of our analysis, what we end up analyzing is a perverse ideological kind of instantiated view, which is put in place of a real ontology. And so, when we're entering this, like, kind of ontological investigation, what we end up doing is creating worldviews which are fundamentally untrue, and presupposing a dialectical beginning where there is none, like a foundation where there is none. Um, so I think that's why I would say hermeneutics over, like, a process ontological view, because it's understanding that the actual object itself is not being given to us. The object itself is being constantly understood by us, um, and understanding our active participation within the world. As I know that Heidegger does appreciate this in Being in Time, and I do appreciate Heidegger's view. I don't think he understands, or at least I don't think that he expresses a maybe a psychological kind of appreciation for humanity as being corrupted in its very investigation and in how it's investigating. But that would be my main issues, I suppose, with, like, Being in Time, because I can't comment on, like, late Heidegger, but that's just, yeah.
I think Lead Heidegger would actually probably agree with you, because he sort of transfers into a phenomenological historical ontology, meaning that he doesn't think that the categories that he had set up in Being in Time were sufficient in order to understand the world, that there seem to be all sorts of different ways of where being can sort of express itself. And, you know, it could express itself technologically, it could express itself, you know, we could look at, say, the phenomenology of schools, the phenomenology of medicine. There's just sort of distinct historical epoch and how they understand the world that is different today than it was different back then. Although I'm not sure if the distinctions in these sorts of ontological investigations, or phenomenological, historical ontological investigations, if you want the word, you know, the weird way of talking about it, I'm not really sure if these are all irreducible I have a reason to think that I think why everything would be sort of reducible to process ontology, but there might be one or two exceptions to that rule that I see, you know. So it's really hard thinking about where I would end on my ontologizing with with process as the sort of medium. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think it's your turn. Unless you, I mean, we have been talking for quite a while now.
Yeah,
So.
it's been about 4 hours, 4 hours 10. I'm happy to call it whenever you are now, but I guess I'll answer this one question because it's incredibly long, and why not? So, PP, I find it hard to square your stance on government legitimacy. You argue democratic states are legitimate on the basis of being democratic, instead of being legitimate on the basis of instrumental value to achieving citizens' well-being. Does this mean you conclude that despotic state is illegitimate, even if it's consequentially is better and a conceivable merit compared to democratic regime, and that it's even a nightmare democratic state has the lowest possible metrics of well-being is legitimate. So yeah, okay, I understand this. Okay, I'm not saying that democracy is good in and of itself, in the fact that it is capable of not being worse than a despotic regime in theory. What I am saying is that a despotic regime is incapable of being ethical because it is incapable of allowing free ethical discourse for its arguments to be verified or falsified by within a language game. And so ultimately, what you have is a kind of presupposition of what is good, bad, and right and wrong in the first place. And so you're not really in ethics in any ways. And so the despotic regime, even if it is consequentially better, we would only be able to see that if we were analyzing it from the outside in, from a regime that has a strong ethical discourse. What I would also say is that the despotic regime also, like, because it's and I say this because of the proposition of power, that the fact that the despotic regime would be able to control the normativity of the state, manipulate the ethical discourse, the political discourse, and so on, and what can and cannot be spoken about. And then I would also say that it's not that the reason I value democracy is because democracy gives the possibility of achieving like the right course of action, like a justified, legitimate course of action, and legitimate in the sense that it is being shown to be correct in relation to the free, rational judgment of agents, and that's why I would value democracy. It's not because democracy is good in and of itself. It's because democracy is the only way that we can enter the ethical life in a way that is uncorrupted by an authoritarian power structure, which will presuppose its own interests or even an interest which is even any other interest without being able to have any critique. It's totally reliant upon the internal critique of an individual. And this is why I'd be even critical of like philanthropy, in terms of even like moral capitalists. Take Bill Gates, thinks he's doing the right thing by giving a lot of money, but if he's given a lot of money to causes which ultimately propagate more harm, like for example chicken farmers and so on in like Africa, he's trying to feed Africans, I understand. Well, he should be helping them plant potatoes maybe, and crops which are more sustainable, or fixing irrigation and things like that, rather than propagating harm upon other sentient beings. But he would be incapable of knowing that because he is acting individualistically. And these are the issues I have with the despotic states, because even if they attempt to do the right thing, they are always going to be subject to caprice. So yeah. Do you have anything that you'd like to say, Marty?
Probably not in relation to despotic states, man. I don't. That's not something that I'm felt well versed in like you are. So, and plus, I'm getting really, really tired as well. So.
Yeah, I'm tired too. I'm tired too, man. And it's been a really nice chat. I've really enjoyed it, and thank you for being like obviously so reasonable as always. And yeah, and thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate your level of reasonability too. So, I'm not looking for a grand slam here. In terms of being able to outwit my interlocutor. I know some people are definitely interested in that. So,
Unfortunately, yeah, it is unfortunate how many of the people actually are.
we're
It
gonna.
isn't.
And you're gonna get into conversations with those in the future, is what you're telling
No
me.
doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, you enjoy the sadomasochism involved in.
I know. What can I say? Like I'm just locked in it now. That's the thing. I've got no choice. It's all bad faith, of course. Like obviously, it is my choice to enter such an engagement. But at the same time, like if you don't talk to them, then they've got no. You got to talk to them to get anywhere further forward. Like in general, haven't you? And if I don't call out, for example, some of the bad people that are doing bad things on the internet, then they're just gonna get praise and they're gonna get sycophants, and I can't live with myself unless I do something.
I'm sure they sure they feel the same way about us, but God,
That's probably true.
um, yeah, there's a certain sense of self-righteousness which you can attribute towards yourself with these people. It's just like, God damn it, I can't let them win at the end of the day. I can't. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, who really is at the end of the day going to be an error theorist, other than some asshole on some Discord channel. I mean, most of us are going to act as if moral realism is at least true. I mean,
Hmm.
at the very least, we're going to be most likely fictionalists about ethics. So that's nice for the most part. That we don't have to really concern ourselves with meta ethics in order to be good people. And honestly,
Maybe it's almost like a value of Hegel's theory in the first place. It's just like, well, the institutions are going to decide for you anyways. Good luck, bye. Like, you know, or like Marx even and I guess what scares me is more of like the ones that have more viewerships, and
yeah,
more influence. That's
sure.
the more
Yeah,
it's more.
sure. Yeah, I understand the sort of moral obligation to contest these people because I also have that sort of drive. Although I don't know. I mean, in a sense, philosophy. One of my friends told me this, and I don't know. I'm sort of really sympathetic towards it. Philosophy is a sort of young man's, particularly a man's game, because maybe women have more sense than us in terms of not arguing this shit over and over and over in a sort of very combative way. Because boy, I mean, like we're very combative. I mean, like when it comes to philosophy, people treat it like, people treat it like football players treat football in the NFL. It's like you guys are out for blood, and you're
Oh
out to
yeah, yeah.
win. You're out to win, and you're out for blood, and you want to win, and it feels great when you're on top of the opponent, and you have your spear, and you're about to drive that spear right into their chest. It's just like it's
That's the thing. But I think you've got to like it's that like getting past that argument as a state of war, isn't it? And I think that's like the job of the philosopher almost to like that's what our main goal is to overcome, is the sophism in rhetoric. And I think that's what the Greeks we could probably learn from the Greeks more than anything. It's like we engage to show that kind of engagement is wrong. In which case we've almost got to like we've got to play the game to show what's wrong with the game. And it's just the way it is.
maybe. I mean, depending on what types of Greeks we're talking about, the Greeks in the Peloponnesian War, man. If you've read the
Maybe not.
Peloponnesian War,
Maybe not. Maybe
yeah,
not those Greeks. I'm thinking more like Socrates,
yeah.
Aristotle, like
Because holy shit,
but
the inversion of the ethos in early Greek states during the Peloponnesian War weren't questions about how to be good to the people that we've conquered. It's like, do we kill them right now or do we enslave them? What do you got for me that prevents me from enslaving you? Because I know if I let you go right now, you're gonna go to the other army for Sparta, and then they're gonna have more people, and they're gonna fucking kick our ass. So
yeah,
we
that
have to
was
do.
like enslaving all of the men under democracy for them. It was Athens that did that, wasn't it? Enslaved all of the men. Oh no, was it killed the men, enslaved the women?
Dude,
I can't remember. It was under democracy.
they both did it. I think they both pillaged and raped and enslaved. I mean, it's just like you look at the dialogues between the kings, and they're just like, yeah, I mean, we've really changed quite significantly from the type of discourse that we have, or maybe it's just the idea that like discourse during wars. It's just completely different, right? Everything is kind of tossed out the door as soon as we go to war. You kind of even see this mentality I think in the eyes of people who, especially like, I see this in the eyes of like classic liberals and a lot of conservatives who are gun heavy and just like preach the Second Amendment. Like, yeah, man, if someone comes to my house and they're threatening my family, then it's just all like it's lights out. Basically, I have any sort of reason to kill them.
That's just the United States as a whole. I don't know what you're talking about. Every time I see, it's like every time I see like a zombie movie, like nobody's working together. Everyone's just shooting everyone they see. I don't know what they think happens when this shit goes down, but apparently everyone goes subhuman and just
Yeah.
starts murdering each other. But it's the fact that like if you watch like Doomsday Preppers and stuff, everyone is literally just like, right, okay, when shit hits the fan, and that's the expression I think more than anything. When shit hits the fan, I am going to like win. Everyone's going to get shot. I'm going to make sure I've got my supplies and everything's fine because everyone's going to try and get my supplies. And it's like this perverse form of self-defense that just becomes like this absolute like offense where that is like, all right, like if I see other people, I'm just gonna have to shoot them. Like, and
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, people then get I mean, we basically make the transfer to treating people as ends in themselves to means as an end. So
oh yeah, yeah. Well, I
sort of.
think ethics does break down in certain scenarios, and I think like it's like people say to me like, Lewis, well, what happens if you're on a desert island and it's you or the pig? And I remember saying to my friend, I was like, well, if we're on a desert island and it's me or you, it's you, man.
Yeah,
Like that's I'm sorry, like it's like I like you, man, but nah. Like, you'd be surprised. I will overpower you. Like,
sure.
it's like obviously it's like hopefully we can like evolve past that kind of nonsense really. And I'd just like to say thank you to Wicked Fatigue who said Happy New Year and to me and you who
Oh,
donated to say Happy New Year to me and you. Thank you very much.
oh,
But I appreciate the conversation as well, Marty. I really do.
yeah, for sure. I don't know what I would do in a island of which I had no resources and it was me and someone else. I don't know if I would. I mean, first of all, I don't think I could overpower most people, but I don't know if I would kill the other person if I had the motive or the possibility of killing themselves over myself. To be honest with you, especially if it was a friend, and especially if it was a friend that I really held dearly, I think I would probably commit suicide before I
I
killed
would
them.
The world would be a better place without his political views. I can honestly say like with my friend it would it would just be a better place. Uh,
Oh, I see. I see. I get you. Yeah, I definitely have some raunchy conservative friends that just have they're just not they're just I can't convince them out of it because it's just like anytime I get into a conversation they think I always try to be right, like I'm sure you get it often. It's just like you always have to have the last word, you always have to say something, you always have to disagree with me. I'm like, well, yeah,
uh,
because what you're saying is like abysmally and unethically like repugnant. Like, yeah, of course I gotta disagree with you. It's not just because I'm contrarian. It's because you're wrong. Like,
it's exactly I've heard that a lot. I've found that having like for example like me and my girlfriend have like a very similar politics and stuff like that. But when we discuss like certain things in philosophy, I just think that I think it's just better sometimes to realize that like you've almost like got to sustain a relationship, and I'm like, all right, I've got to turn the philosopher off now. I've got to stop this. I'm just like, no, that's just so wrong. I just have to, and it's not like obviously we agree on almost everything ethically. I mean, if anything, she's a nicer person than me. Um, and yet I'm like, no, I've got to say like why this is, especially psychology. I think we disagree most on psychology, and and it's just one of those things where like I think that I unfortunately do. I must come across. I think it's not just me. It's not just my girlfriend who says it. It's me, like it's me brother, me mom, like me friends. Like I do typically just talk about philosophy. Like if someone says something that's in any way kind of philosophically related, especially if it's about ethics, I'm fucking there,
yeah,
right? And I'm there, and I've got an opinion, man. I've got something that needs to be said, and that is probably like I remember like I had a philosophy lecturer that was married to another philosophy lecturer, and they were like got asked the question like, "Do you talk about philosophy at home?" And they were like, "Well, well, yeah, but kind of, but we'll have to sustain our marriage." And like it's almost like that. Like I feel like your relationships with other people break down if you become like if you don't manage to just
true.
like, all right, I'm not at work anymore. I'm just gonna like let them talk about absurdities, and I'm gonna go have a pint.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you can't handle me at my Hegelianism, you don't deserve me at my Nietzscheanism or something like that. If you can't handle me as a dialectician, then you don't deserve me as a friend. But
I like it. I do like it.
no, I mean I've had those experiences before. Luckily, my friends, a lot of my good friends, not my grandfathered friends from high school, realize that what they're getting from me is what they're getting from me at this point, and I try to tone that down as much as I can. But yeah, if it's anything to do with like theories of rationality, epistemology, justification, ethical theories, like why this guy's a moron, like why you shouldn't listen to this political opinion, I'm just I hop on that train as fast as I can, and it can really, really, really annoy people. And it's unfortunate, like that.
Yeah.
The destiny of the destiny of a philosopher basically is to, as Spinoza says, agitate and piss off the world. I'm trying to remember the exact quote that he has. I might be able to find it here. There's a really good quote by Spinoza on like what a philosopher basically does.
I think I've seen it. I do think that like would really like I remember talking about like Socrates, and like one of the things we were talking about, like, oh, the death of Socrates, and they're like, well, basically think about it like this, like like he's just asking so many questions. I think they just killed him to shut him up. Really. And if you look at the trial of Socrates, it's like he didn't even stop then. Like you know what I mean? It's like, man, you've put you on trial. They're like, we will kill you unless you stop. And he's like, I'm not fucking stopping, man. You know what I mean? That is what it means to be a philosopher. If they don't want to kill you, you're probably doing it wrong. Like,
No, I understand. So yeah, the quote from Spinoza, and this is also in relation to what you guys said. You just said, "I do not know how to teach philosophy without becoming a disturber of the peace." That's Spinoza. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, you're basically right. What are you gonna do? Like you're gonna disrupt the peace. You're gonna disrupt the peace because you're offering certain types of perspectives that are going to be contrary to the polis, to the status quo, and so it's unfortunate, you know. It's unfortunate because, at one hand, if you have empathy and sympathy for your fellow human being, you don't want to bash them over the head and clobber them and rhetorically and dogmatically, like, in a sort of self righteous and pompous way, talk down to them. But it's just like, but you're wrong about a lot of things that can be dangerous. Um, and you need to change your mind about that. And also, if you're not wrong, you're existentially unfulfilled in a lot of areas. So let me, the philosopher, tell you what to do in your life existentially. And it sounds bad, but if you have good points, you have to be able to communicate them. So,
yeah, and I think part of what you said, like the idea of like that existential like kind of whole without the like philosopher is like unbelievable. I think people don't understand like the ideological, like I think Hegel points this out, like how many people are giving themselves to dogmatic religions in order to feel like a notion of freedom and like the power of the universal, as he calls it, like like the to approach the universal, but then have sacrificed their subjectivity to it, so are feeling discontented. And he talks about like the variations of like throughout history, and I think he's got a pretty good approach. I think his history's a bit wrong, but like he's got a pretty good approach of showing like why would fall into, let's say, like dogmatisms, whether it's like hedonism, whether it's like religious dogmatism and so on. And in each time it's just trying to fulfill that same sort of emptiness inside that is always going unfulfilled. And and I think without philosophy, like would even if the world wasn't such a kind of bad place, and we didn't need like such like heavy ethical critique um of like some of the actions like what states do and so on, um we could even just appreciate the fact that the way that we approach life, if it's just totally unstructured, if it's totally like based off like what caprice and what preferences, it's not going to bring us any measure of happiness. And we're normally just going to be in like a self-deprecating cycle where we're like maybe some things like addiction and so on like that. And I think like philosophy has had such a almost a parenting role upon like psychology, psychoanalysis, even the sciences, which I think is just like unbelievably valuable. Unfortunately, now it's just being tossed away as if it was nothing. But like it has a very good it's had a very good influence, at least in very many ways, and hopefully like they'll come back like the prodigal children they are. Uh,
All right, man. Should we cut it off here?
yeah,
It's been
I think so. Well, thank you very much for coming on, Marty, and I really appreciate everyone for watching.
all right.
And obviously, thank you to your audience. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I've enjoyed the conversation. If you're ever in Texas, let me know, man. I'll buy you a beer or two. We can have this conversation, except less sober. So.
Always more productive. Always.
Oh yeah, man. That's when the real intellectualism comes out, because that's when the passions come out and meet rationality. So. What was the Latin? It Vito Veritas or something like that. In wine there is truth. Yeah, in vino veritas, and in wine there is truth. This is what Val Kilmer said in the movie Tombstone. So that has to be true. I mean, those
That's
quotes.
very true.
Yeah.
Thanks again, man, and I really do appreciate it. Have a lovely night.
All right. You too.
Bye, man.
All right, guys. That was a very, very long conversation. And I enjoyed everyone who came here to join me for that. Probably already saying silly stuff. Hopefully you guys will see me next time on TPC with another conversation. I'll have some other people joining us. But until then, good night to you guys. Enjoy the new year, and stay safe from COVID, and become vegans, even if I can't or haven't, not can't.